Thanks. Welcome everybody to the hearing of Portfolio Committee number 1, Inquiry into Property Tax, First Home Buyer Choice Bill 2022. The inquiry is examining the provisions of the Property Tax First Home Buyer Choice Bill 2022. This bill would make changes to legislation to enable certain first home buyers to opt to pay an annual property tax rather than stamp duty when purchasing their home. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders, including government agencies, legal experts, peak bodies, think tanks, academics and real estate organisations. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference today. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. Witnesses will not be able to take questions on notice. The committee has previously resolved that there is insufficient time for stakeholders to provide answers to questions on notice or supplementary questions. Witnesses can provide any additional information by the close of business today. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, it may be helpful to identify who questions are directed to and who is speaking. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note that the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witnesses from the Office of the Valuer General and Revenue, New South Wales. Could each witness, we'll start with you, Mr O'Reilly, please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Nick O'Reilly, Executive Director of Property Reform Implementation at Revenue, New South Wales.
And swear either the oath or affirmation. Have you got the...
We haven't been provided that. Is it?
Let's arrange for that.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Josh Etherington, Acting Valuer General of New South Wales, Office of the Valuer General. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Scott Johnston, Deputy Secretary Revenue New South Wales, also Chief Commissioner of State Revenue and Commissioner of Fines Administration. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You're welcome, each organisation is welcome to make a very brief opening statement if you wish, or if you've got submissions that haven't been tabled, you're welcome to do that. But please, if you do want to make one, keep it very brief. We're very short on time today.
I have a brief statement, and it will be brief. Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members, thank you for inviting me to appear before you today to discuss the Property Tax First Home Buyer Choice Bill 2022. I'd also like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional owners of the land where we meet today, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing culture and connections to the lands and water of New South Wales, and also acknowledge and pay respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Should the Property Tax First Home Buyer Choice Bill 2022 be passed by Parliament, Revenue New South Wales will be responsible for administering it. As one would expect, given the government's objective of commencing the legislation in January 2023, Revenue New South Wales has made preparations for this eventuality. It's not open to Revenue New South Wales to simply wait for the legislation to be passed. So adjustments to various systems and processes must be made, and I take this opportunity to commend the efforts of our agency in making these preparations. We're confident that if the bill is passed, Revenue New South Wales will be well placed to implement it. My colleague, Mr Nick O'Reilly, who is the Executive Director of Property Reform Implementation, and I are happy to contribute to the committee's deliberations. We'll attempt to answer any questions you have regarding the practical administration of First Home Buyer Choice Initiative and our preparations. I should, however, stress that the policy underpinning the legislation, as well as the drafting of the legislation itself, was led by by the Treasurer and his department. Therefore, any questions going to policy, the modelling or assumptions used, and legislative design or detail ought to be directed to the Treasurer or his department.
Thank you. Mr Etherington.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Chair, Deputy Chair, committee members for the invitation to appear as a witness to this inquiry. I have confidence in the New South Wales valuation system, and if required, Valuer General New South Wales could deliver the valuations which underpin the property tax reforms, utilising existing systems, processes and land values with some minor adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And can I just welcome the Chief Commissioner and the Acting Valuer General. Acting Valuer General, why are you acting as Valuer General?
The Valuer General is on leave.
When's he returning?
I'm advised I'm on leave. My acting arrangement has been approved until the end of December.
And is the Valuer General returning from January?
I'm not aware, sorry.
And I don't plan to canvass this extensively, but given that this entire system turns on the role of the Valuer General for valuations, there's been some high-profile matters in which the Valuer General has alleged political interference by government in his office. Is he on leave in relation to the dispute that has been ongoing now for 2 years?
I'm not aware, sorry.
Okay. Are you likely to be appointed as Valuer General from January 1?
I'm not aware, sorry.
Okay. Are you able to give us any assurance as to who precisely will be the Valuer General when this system is meant to be implemented from 13 January?
No, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Valuer General. Acting Valuer General, can I just firstly ask a couple of basic points of fact? It is the case, is it not, that there are roughly 2.2 million residential properties for which you maintain valuations?
There is. I've just got the numbers here. Yes, that's correct.
How many of them are in stratas?
Okay, so point of clarification, the 2.2 million are land parcels of land. Some of those include strata towers. I don't have the exact number of how many of those are strata towers, but I could provide that by the end of the day.
That would be helpful, but you do not maintain valuations of individual units within stratas, do you?
We hold the valuation as an apportionment based on the unit entitlement.
Yep. But you don't have that information recorded in the publicly available data, do you?
I'll come back by the end of the day to confirm the answer on that, please.
Well, to be fair, this is what your valuer says. This is from the fact sheet Valuing Land at a Strata scheme. It says, rating and taxing for a single strata unit is worked out using the unit entitlement listed in the strata plan. The unit's land value is a proportion of the strata scheme. Land value based on the unit entitlement, the Valuer General does not allocate unit entitlement. That's correct?
That's correct. We do not allocate the unit entitlement.
So each strata is responsible for allocating it themselves according to the apportionment test. That's registered, correct?
I'll confirm that by the end of the day, but I think that what the intention of that passage is, we don't set the actual unit entitlement itself.
No, you don't. So it relates to this practical problem, doesn't it? Which is any first home buyer who wishes to purchase a property in a strata scheme, which is very common now, can't actually rely on any publicly available data as to what exactly it is that they will have to pay. That's correct, isn't it?
I'll confirm that by the end of the day.
Well, can I just read you the disclaimer that is, and I can give you a copy and copy for the chair too, if it's possible, but I'm happy to read you this disclaimer because this is coming from the property tax calculator on the Service New South Wales scheme. It says here, for strata title and company title dwellings, the calculator is not able to identify the land value of an individual dwelling, and this is unable to estimate the applicable property tax. Are you aware that that disclaimer is on the website?
I am now, thank you.
So it is the case that any first home buyer who wishes to buy their first home in an apartment, there is no way for them to, short of having to go into the strata scheme, get the lot out, figure out how the strata scheme has apportioned value to their unit, to be able to determine precisely what it is they're going to be paying under the property tax. That's correct, isn't it?
I'll confirm that by the end of the day.
Okay. Well, what guidance can the Valuer General provide to a person who wishes to buy into a strata scheme as to how much they're going to have to pay under the property tax?
Once again, I'll confirm that by the end of the day, please.
Okay. Chief Commissioner, are you in a position to provide any advice as to what precisely a person who wishes to buy, a first-time buyer who wishes to buy a unit in an apartment block will pay?
We utilise the Valuer General data to make that assessment.
So there is no data from the Valuer General. So hence it is the case that every single person who wishes to buy in an apartment building has absolutely no guidance as to what they're going to have to pay because it is subject to the apportionment test. And that's not a criticism of the Valuer General or the valuation system. That's just how it works. Can you shed any further light as to what else is available or not?
Look, I'll confirm by the end of the day, but
Chief Commissioner, can we talk about mixed lot developments? You have a responsibility under this Act, do you not, to effectively run a valuation for mixed lot developments, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so to be put that in practical terms, near where I live, there's an apartment block that has 40 apartments above and there's a business down below. It's your that's in one strata scheme. It's going to be your responsibility to effectively figure out what the value of the business is versus the value of the homes, correct?
So the property tax is based on the unimproved property value of that land.
Well, under this Act, you have to separate them into two separate classes, don't you? You have to deem them as a deemed class. You're aware of that?
Yes, that's true.
And then in order to, after you deem them, your responsibility then is to figure out the value of each of the class that's in the building, correct?
That's correct.
And so in order for you to then do that, you're going to need to figure out the value of each class in the building, correct?
We will.
And then you'd have to apportion the residential component to each of the apartment owners, correct?
I believe so. That's how we'll have to approach it.
And you're going to have to do this at mass scale because this is a very common system now where, and that's a good thing by design and planning laws, that we now have mixed-use buildings where there's a shop down below and there's apartments above. It's a good thing. But as a result of that policy shift, every single time any first-time buyer in a mixed buyer use land decides to make a choice, two things need to happen. Every single parcel of land needs to be valued, and then within the residential class, it has to be apportioned to all residential owners for one buyer to make a choice. That's correct.
That's right. But
and Trail, how is this simple?
Well, if the legislation is passed, we'll have to put further guidelines and an explanation around how do we do this. Clearly,
Valuer General, under this mixed-use thing, which again is very common in the first-time buyer markets, the way this Act works is that the Chief Commissioner has to come to you to get you to do the valuations as well. I presume you're aware of that?
Yes.
And so how much resources have you put aside to do this?
So we presently already do it for mixed-use apportionment factors and mixed development apportionment factors.
That's under a different system. That's when you don't have to classify them as two different classes.
Yeah, and my understanding, based on the legislation, it's going to be a similar calculation based on the rental value.
But you can see the obvious conflict that's got to arise here, which is every single apartment owner is going to say the value of the building comes from the business, not from the homes, and transfer the value to the business, not the homes. That's just going to be a conflict that will run in every single building. That's obvious. as well. So what sort of assistance are we putting in place for strata schemes that you're aware of that will have to now resolve all these conflicts that will reside around the fact that every single property is going to need to be required to be valued in order to figure out what one person will have to pay?
In terms of the process, we have a set process under the Valuation of Land Act where we compare the rental value of the portion that needs to be valued and compared to the rental value of the rest of the building.
Sure, but again, in my neighbourhood, for example, the cafe at the bottom, you use it under the existing system, you benchmark that to a different set of properties than you would the apartments, that's correct? It's a residential, it's a zoned commercial, that particular space within the building.
We value the underlying land of the building.
Yes?
Yes.
And according to its highest and best available use?
Yes.
And that's commercial, correct? For that homeowner of the building?
It'll be for the whole land in its entirety, so it could be the highest and best use could be a mixed-use development.
Sure. So my only point here is, again, is that this isn't a simple system by any means. Like, in order for one person in an apartment to make the choice, which they may well be able to make, you will require, in a mixed-use development, which is very common, you will catalyse a whole series of valuations, which is almost certainly going to catalyse conflict. That's fair?
I'll come back to you on the end of the day with that one. There's potentially already a valuation based on the unit entitlement and whether or not we have to do an apportionment for that building.
Okay. Now, General, can I just go, I don't know how much time I have left. 2 minutes. Perfect. So, General, can I just ask you about the valuation history, the land values from the last few years? In the Gazette, you just recently published, it's the case, is it not, that land values for the... Actually, before I do that, can I ask you, right now, under this system, if a person decides to, a first-time buyer decides to vacate their property and retain ownership and offer it as a rental, that property ceases to have the primary residence exemption under the existing land tax system, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
So should a first home buyer decide to offer their property as rental, under the Property Tax Act,
yes,
that will result in their rate trebling from the 0.3 to 1.1, correct?
That's correct.
But equally, the same parcel of land will now be included in the threshold assessment for the other land tax, correct? It's no longer exempt from the other land tax.
That property, that's...
It will have to be aggregated with any other property that they have in order to assess whether they have a liability under the existing land tax.
That's correct. We'll have to assess a particular, but that person's this isn't combining this now investor property tax into their land tax obligations. It will be considering it separate.
But where in the Act is there an exemption from the use of, well, from the ownership of that property for the purposes of whether or not you reach the threshold to pay the existing land tax? Because I couldn't see it. And I'm looking at this and kind of going, under this system, the rate trebles from 0.3 to 1.1, which is a design feature of the government. And it can be debated whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But the question that I have is, once it ceases to be exempt, that a person ceases to have the ability to claim an exemption from the existing land tax system, there's a real chance that they're going to be paying land tax and property tax. That's just logical, depending on where they buy.
Not on the same property.
Well, why not? I mean, as in, under the existing land tax system, a person's values are all their land holdings are aggregated, correct?
It is. The intent... so I'll have to come back to you to clarify how that exempt. The intent of what is to happen is not to do this twice.
Not the intent. I accept that that's not the intent, but I can't see anything that exempts that property once it becomes an investment property from being subject to the existing land tax system in addition to this property tax system. If you are able to point me to which section of the Act does that, that would be helpful, because otherwise it looks like it's a recipe for double taxation.
I'll come back to you on that, because from our operating efforts to try and to launch this if it happens in January, it's not to create that circumstance where they would be hit twice. Could I make just another comment, Mr. Mookie? I think the opportunity for objections continues to exist around land value, which is an important aspect where there is conflict or disagreement. And from a Revenue New South Wales perspective, we've got a long relationship where there's maybe land tax objections, etc. That's quite helpful. Yes. Yes, that's right.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all of you. I'll start with you, Chief Commissioner. At what point were you made aware of this bill? What date were you made aware of this bill, the actual terms of it?
I know I'm not meant to take questions on notice, but a specific date, that's very hard for me to come to.
Would you give me a ballpark?
Could I come back at the end of the day? It would have
At the
been
end of
the month. So the last couple of months where
Sure.
the creation of this is, I mean, the discussion around property tax has been a long one, but
Yes,
the creation of this bill,
particular proposal and this bill.
proposal in this form over the last few months, we work closely with Treasury around the
Yeah.
design so that we can implement it.
So at some point, did Treasury come and say to you, can you have a look at what's being proposed in this bill, do some scenario planning, some modelling around that? Did that occur?
So the modelling falls in Treasury's space.
Not the
but we would have
modelling on the
worked to
impact
get-
on the budget, but the modelling in terms of, so in the last 10 minutes we've just heard from the Shadow Treasurer, just a few of the problems that have been identified by the submissions we've received and by some analysis by others, where it's deeply unclear how this works in practice. I'm hoping that you were given the chance
Yes.
to feedback how this works in practice. Were you given that chance?
Yes, absolutely, Ms Boyd. I think we have a very close relationship with the people who are appearing later today around design, modelling and impact. I think it's been constructive feedback where we've given where ideas, thinking through how they flow through to practice is really important, and similarly the relationships we have with stakeholders and others.
Did you give specific feedback in relation to a draft of this bill before it was finalised?
I would say yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay, what was that specific feedback that you gave in relation to the bill?
I think these things have various iterations of how through the development process, and we would have given feedback on how practically different elements would have been implemented.
Did you, for example, run some sort of modelling, some sort of scenario, for example, mixed-use property, strata, exactly what the calculation would look like under the draft of the bill and feedback into that, or was that work not done at that point?
No, so I would say practically thinking through what the policy proposal was, we worked very closely with Treasury.
But the specifics of the bill.
Thinking about where this, which then forms into the bill, where we gave feedback whether we thought that was consistent with what we were.
Did you run scenario analysis or some sort of individual specific examples within the department of, okay, here's the bill's terms, this is the type of property we have, this is how much we think the land tax will be, the property tax. Did you do that? Yes,
in
yes
terms
or no?
So yes, in sense of how would this relate to individuals' experience through the system, and what decisions would they need to make, and how would we provide information as to what the value of the property tax that they would have to pay. We did, that was Treasury's space around doing that comparison about whether, so where you would set the limits or what the impact on revenue would be.
But it sounds very much to me then, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in terms of the actual operational implementation of calculating an individual's property tax based on various scenarios, that was not done on a draft of the bill, or was it?
I would say yes, it has been done. We've worked through multiple scenarios about how this would work, and circumstances where unusual cases or edge cases might play out. We absolutely have done that work and continue to learn.
So having done that work, you then fed that back into the drafting of the bill?
We gave feedback to Treasury on the bill, the substance of the bill, which broadly speaking was consistent with the.
So the fact that there are now errors and holes in the bill is not a result of a lack of modelling of these scenarios then?
I think this there could be many reasons why one would have a view that there's errors in it. I think there's been a considerable effort that we've made and our colleagues in Treasury on thinking through the implementation and the impact of it. Translation into the bill, and I mean, we regularly need to refine our legislation around administration of tax, which is complex.
It's very, and would you admit then that this is a complex bill?
But all taxation, I would argue all taxation legislation is quite complex.
Very much so.
And so it's important that we can convey this in a way that practically we can deliver, give people support where they're in hardship, we can give clarity of what they're going to need to pay. I think it's
Do you wish you had more time before the bill was brought in to actually nut these complexities out so that we didn't end up with a bill like this?
I'm actually confident with the bill as it's presented that we'll be able to deliver on the intention of this in January. I think there will be issues where there might be objections around land value, or there might be cases where people have issue with the assessment, but I think there's also good scope for the Chief Commissioner to consider their circumstances within the bill, which is me currently. And to that end, I think there's flexibility to support the. I think a lot of the exceptions that we're talking to, notwithstanding Mr. Mookie's earlier comments around strata, is that there's millions of them, but we have got.
Not been thought about.
No, it has been, and I'd encourage questions to our Treasury colleagues this afternoon about how, I'm sure, how they're handling that. But we've got a calculator which gives you information as to what your cost will be.
I was going to let you wrap up, but
I'll stop.
Yeah, Mr. Latham.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson, at Revenue New South Wales, you must get a fair number of queries, requests for information, appeals, interactions with citizens in New South Wales. On an annual basis, how many of those do you get?
Millions. We get, well, it wouldn't be millions,
Thousands?
but it would be, in relation to taxation, it would be probably low thousands, I would suspect, but I'll.
But other revenue matters that take up your time?
Yes, there's. We have a broad range of work that we deliver, so we have lots of letters and queries, objections, but we've got a solid process.
But how many of those, how many interactions do you have as Revenue New South Wales with the people of the state each year?
Would you include the work we do with fines in that?
Yeah, everything,
So
everything that keeps you busy.
So about 3 million people interact with Revenue New South Wales.
Okay, so when I said millions, that was accurate.
Well, that was, but...
Okay, and this little property tax thing that's only going to raise $88 million over the forward estimates, you're expecting that, compared to the 3 million, is a drop in the bucket?
Yeah, I think very manageable for us to deliver.
Right, so very manageable for you to deliver. It's not a big thing given the broad scope of your work, handling 3 million requests, appeals,
that's right. We collected $35 billion in revenue last year. This is a fairly
How much? 35 billion. And this is supposedly an onerous extra collection of 88 million over the forward estimates, so an average of 22 million a year. In your eyes, it's basically next to nothing.
I wouldn't say it's next to nothing. I think we've got to think through how we deliver it, but in terms of scale compared to everything else.
It's a small scheme compared to your broad work.
And a small subset.
And the calculator you mentioned earlier on, how do you handle the strata, whether it's mixed or single use issue at the moment? Are you answering the questions, or can we allow the witness to answer, please? Well, it's good to be a know-all, but it's better to allow the witness.
Mr. Johnson, you can answer the question. Sorry, we're limited time. Let's not waste it.
I'm asking a question to get it on the public record.
Mr. Latham, you've asked a question. Let's hear the answer.
Yeah, so if you use the calculator and put in an apartment block, you will get an estimate of the property tax.
Mm-hmm. And what's that estimate based on?
We saw.
Yeah, I can clarify now that we do have a publicly available link on our website that provides for land value for each unit in New South Wales.
Okay. And if the small number of people that Mr. Mookie's talking about come to you and make a more specific inquiry about the division of all this within the strata arrangements, what are you planning to do to help them to get a more accurate figure?
That would be a value general question.
Yeah, well, if we're requested by the Chief Commissioner to do an apportionment, we can do that. And
So it's manageable?
yeah.
Yep. And have you got an estimate on, it's only 88 million over the forward estimates. How many people you're expecting to make that request?
Don't have an estimate, sorry.
You don't? But if you had to sort of project forward now, you're not expecting hundreds of thousands. You wouldn't even get to tens of thousands, would you?
I don't believe so.
No. We're talking maybe hundreds?
Not sure, sorry, I can't.
But not something that's big in the scope of your work?
No.
And given that small number and the small amount of revenue we're talking about, both of you feel that you can handle that if the legislation is passed and the practical administration of it comes into place?
Yeah, from a Revenue New South Wales perspective, I think we're well positioned to do this and deliver it very well.
Okay, so in terms of your customer service and accurate information for people, you're not expecting this to be a big deal?
So I think it's very important that we provide, if this was passed rather, to have a very strong communication effort around to provide clarity for people who are unsure. I think we're quite good at that in general and show the mechanisms for people to
And it's no
object.
different to the other challenges you've faced in the past about revenue and customer service and accurate information?
In many respects, no, it's very similar.
And over to you, Mr O'Reilly. You handle property reform implementation, so I suppose you're the theorist in this space. Say someone out there in the suburbs wanting to buy an apartment, they've got insomnia and they read Mr Moogie's speeches to help them overnight, and they're all worried about the uncertainty and the difficulty in all this. In your experience, when consumers faced with a choice, pay your upfront stamp duty, which is enormous in Sydney, or go into property tax, and they're faced with uncertainty, what do they normally do?
So I think from experience, the scheme will allow people choice. Your question about what would they do?
Yeah, they've got a firm
with
choice. You know how much the stamp duty is. It averages over 50,000 in Sydney. It's a huge barrier to housing affordability. But they've read all this opposition stuff and political game playing, and they're a bit worried about the uncertainty of the property tax regime. Wouldn't they just logically just stick with the devil they know?
Not necessarily. No? I think previous to this role as the director of stamp duty for 3 years, and feedback from customers was about the interest in having choice, and this scheme allows them to choose. So I don't think necessarily they'll go for the devil they know. I think they'll look at case-by-case scenario. They'll look at their unimproved value of the property and make an informed decision what's best for them, potentially with professional input from a accountant or solicitor.
You think consumers increasingly are informed and sophisticated in our society, particularly a big investment decision like housing, and the Treasury is expecting 2/3 of people to take the property tax choice. Do you think that's accurate?
It's hard for me to determine.
It's feasible.
So Treasury have modelled a lot of different scenarios, and we're working towards the scenario that they've modelled and scaling and resourcing.
But you don't regard it as unfeasible. It's doable that it will end up at 2/3.
Well, I think we're resourcing for that, and we're resourcing higher than that. And give you an idea, just in terms of scale, the estimate's around 6,000 people opting in per year. We deal with around 200,000 to 300,000 property transactions a year. That dutiable property transactions.
So what do you think? What's your number on how many people are opting in?
Around 6,000.
6,000. And what's that overall number that you gave us? So,
as you know, the property industry in the last couple of years has been up and down, but normal dutiable transactions, so transactions that we operate with that have gone through a transaction, are around 200,000 to 300,000.
Sorry, we're at time. The government, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you very much. Mr. Etherington, when it comes to land valuations, that is the fundamental basis, isn't it, for both council rates and also land tax assessments, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So in terms of supplying that information for either council rates or for land tax assessments, you would do that for strata schemes as well, wouldn't you, and individual strata properties?
Yes.
And you would do that whether it was a mixed-use development or a single residential development, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So that information would be readily accessible, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And to be able to identify that information, you can go on to your website and and implement an address and find that property, can't you?
Yeah, you can do a land value search on our website, and it provides you with the underlying land value for the unit complex, so the total land value, and the individual unit's land value.
Yep. So that is a property ID, isn't it, that's required on that website? And then you plug that property ID into your land valuation portal on your website for the land valuation. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And in terms of Mr. Johnston, you would be using this information, wouldn't you, for issuing land tax assessments?
Yes, that's right.
So that's readily accessible information for Revenue New South Wales, isn't it?
Oh, yes, so from a system and relationship basis, this is just alternative use of the same information that we receive for the purposes of a land
So this
tax.
whole strata argument's just a furphy, isn't it? Like, what is the difference in terms of being able to put forward an assessment for this property, first home buyers choice scheme, compared to either a land tax valuation or indeed for council rates? Is there any difference?
For the majority of the land values that are existing, there is in the legislation a potential for consolidated properties to require an extra land valuation, and for mixed-use properties where there is an existing unit entitlement apportionment or an existing mixed development apportionment factor. If the Chief Commissioner requests us to make one for a property that doesn't currently have one, then there is a potential for some additional valuations required in that.
And Mr. Etherington, in terms of how many properties this would apply to in New South Wales, what percentage would we be looking at here?
Unsure, but I can't see it being high in terms of a 2.6.
It'd be a minuscule amount, wouldn't it?
Yeah, in terms of the 2.6 million values we do, it would be a very small subset of that.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect, Mr. Johnston, in terms of the argument that was put about double taxation previously, do you have the bill in front of you at all that we're looking at here at all? Bring it up.
Digitally, yes.
Yes, indeed. But would you say that Schedule 5.2 would be the section in the bill which takes account of the interaction between land tax assessments and the property tax?
Well, so, yes, I believe the intent to that is right, but I just want to confirm, if I could, by the end of today, how that's positioned. I think there is some complexity to this. Its interaction with other legislations, I'd want to be clear. I think the point that I hope I can leave with is that the intention is not to double tax anyone in this process. I'd like to just clarify mechanically how.
And I suspect there's regulations as well to give effect to the finer details of these too.
Yes, we'll need
the
to.
intention. And Mr. Johnson, in terms of, and I hear Mr. Mookie chirping away with reduced, what does that mean? Well, an individual could, for instance, own several properties which may attract land tax, but perhaps only one is on this property tax scheme. So therefore, you would need a reduction rather than a complete carve-out.
So the reason you would be paying the investment or the investor rate would be that you bought it as a first home buyer to live in as your primary residence, and after a period of time you chose to use it as a rental property. So to that end, you only have one chance at this in itself because you're only a first home buyer once. Similarly, the requirements to further purchases, how that works would be subject to land tax in its own setting, so this will be different. I mean, the higher rate is to try and ensure that it's not a way to navigate through a tax advantage to cut.
Yeah,
it's designed for first home buyers to enter the property market to live, but obviously over time people will make other choices. They might
accumulate other properties and the like.
To adjust to it.
Yeah. That's all from me, but I'll pass to my other colleagues.
No, you'll need to.
Thank you. Would you say that the property values fluctuate to a much greater extent than GSP growth per capita?
I would encourage you to ask that question to Treasury. I think GSP is a fairly stable measure, and historically, and property prices have been more.
But in terms of revenue to the New South Wales government, by having an indexation of the property tax linked to GSP growth rather than to property values, you are, in all likelihood, we assume, smoothing out the amount of revenue that will be received, rather than having more fluctuations in the revenue received by the government. Is that something that you've?
So again, I think Treasury would want to talk to the modelling, but that's I think that's the clear intention of this. The GSPs feel fairly stable and predictable, but lower.
And have you been involved at all with the hardship provisions?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is critical.
Yeah. Did you want to explain that in more detail? So obviously, if people can't pay the property tax that they opt into, because it is their choice to opt into it, how would that work if they fall on hard times and can't pay it?
So this is a really important part of the bill from a perspective of people make a decision at a point in time, and things can change in their circumstances whilst they're owning a property. So this bill gives myself as Chief Commissioner the ability to defer people's payments and continue to do that. Which is a new. We don't have that ability in other legislation. So what that will mean is it can accrue over time. There's also an established hardship board which has been going for many years, where if a decision was to not support that, there's a second chance to consider those circumstances. I think clearly there is no intention to take people's homes from this or to force them to sell, and there's some strong, I think, powers to the Chief Commissioner to enable that follows through.
And how much, I think maybe it was mentioned before, but how much funding has been provided to roll out these reforms?
Thank you, 68 million.
Mr. Mookie being helpful for a change.
Thank you.
That's $68 million to Revenue New South Wales? No, but how much funding to Revenue New South Wales to roll out these reforms, I think? So
once established, just give me a moment.
Talk to that.
Oh, actually, next, Mr. O'Reilly's gone.
So cost to implement for this financial year for Revenue New South Wales and Service New South Wales is $36.4 million, with an estimation of $18.5 million per year.
Okay.
Is that the same as so that adds to the implementation funding of 65 million that's specified in the Treasurer's?
Yes, that's a subset of that. So primarily this is about system development and having a platform to work with, and then operationally we'll have staff working on it.
Is that, I know you probably don't have the figure, but how many people pay land tax in New South Wales? I assume it would be very small. I mean, you're looking at...
No, that's quite a large
but
number.
It's only investors. It's, in terms of non-commercial.
It is a large number. I'll come back to you. But land tax delivers
300,000 assessments, don't you?
It's about that, yeah.
Yes, but they wouldn't be first home buyers.
No. Well, we actually don't know. But this is separate. This is very much framed as, in my thinking, more of an extension to what the supports that are already there for first home buyers beyond $800,000. So,
and to that point, Mr. Johnston, how many individuals would claim the first home buyers grants at the moment, or exemptions in place with those figures?
Mr. O'Reilly.
Mr. Mookie knows it all.
You guys should
Call him as a witness.
should know this.
34,000 we've run that.
So
Get it in the house.
I can ask other witnesses, you know.
below 650,000 is 21,872. Between thresholds of 650 and 800,000, 11,406.
Thank you very much. And with respect to this initiative, the anticipation is an additional 6,000 people being given that option and choice, or opting into that choice, to be able to take the first home buyers property choice package.
That's the expectation, yes, because this is at taking it up to the $1.5 million value. So typically, someone who purchases above the 800,000 threshold, whether it's their first or their fifth home, hasn't been an area of concern for us. But that's the big change where that 6,000 come from.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you for your attendance this morning. We appreciate it. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there was no provision for supplementary questions, but thank you for saying that you'll provide some information by the end of today. We look forward to receiving that. And we've completed this round this morning, so thank you again for your attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Switch off while we swap. Broadcasting.
You can't calculate it, well, you made a choice. Right.
Missing someone?
Oh, you guys go. Keep it as opposition go first.
Thanks, John.
Don't mind. I'm happy for opposition to go first.
Happy to do it for this one, but this afternoon we might want you guys.
Since I'm still in the middle, I don't care.
You want to go first?
I just want to go in the middle.
Crossbench always.
Witness, but we have to get going, so...
Sorry, man.
Sorry, so we're still broadcasting. Did you guys just switch the order? What do you want?
No, Daniel's going first.
Try this one.
Start through. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I will ask each of you to please state your full name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation. We'll start with you, Mr. Check.
My name is Adrian Check. I'm here as the chair of the Law Society Revenue NSW Liaison Committee. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Harvey.
Yes, Chair. Look, yeah, Richard Harvey.
You guys will have to share that microphone. Sorry, so if we could, yeah, thank you.
No problem. Yes, Richard Harvey. I'm the chair of the Law Society's Property Law Committee, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Safe.
I'm Joanne Sieve, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Cridland. I solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We'll begin. You're entitled, if you'd like, to make a very brief opening statement. We've got very limited time, so if you want to. In fact, we'll start with Mr. Check.
The Law Society was, the Revenue NSW Law Society Liaison Committee was given a brief opportunity to review the bill and make some comments. We put in a written submission which makes a couple of points. Mr Harvey, I think, will speak to one of them, which is mainly a conveyancing law point. We had mainly one technical point, which was about, which is really a drafting point. On the relationship between the Duties Act and the Property Tax Bill, just to make sure that if the property tax is switched off where it's sold to a person who isn't an eligible home buyer, then to make it clear that the Duties Act and the exemptions that apply under that Act will apply. The Act literally says that duty will be payable, but it's not clear how that is the case or whether the exemptions under the Duties Act will apply. So it's a technical drafting point. Otherwise, we did not take a position on the policy or the politics of the proposal.
Thank you. Perhaps Ms Sieve, would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you. I'm Joanne Sieve, a sole practitioner solicitor specialised in state taxes. I was formerly a solicitor and partner at Freehill, Hollingdale and Page, and then a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I was a part-time judicial member of the Administrative Decisions Tribunal assigned to the Revenue Division and the Appeal Panel. I have made a written submission to the committee on the bill with 6 pages of comments and questions on it. Since writing that submission, I've had opportunity to further review the bill, and I have some additional comments which I hope to mention, just 2 of them in this opening statement. I turn straight into Schedule 2 of the bill, which deals with the calculation of the property tax. I have commented in my submission that Schedule 2 is incredibly complex, and since writing that and further reviewing the schedule, I've come to say that I actually think it's unworkable on the basis of of how it's currently drafted. It's not enough that there be a computer program out there that can provide amounts of property tax. The calculations need to be verifiable, and to be verifiable, they need to be understandable. I refer particularly to the G, the gross state product per capita, and I've raised in my written submission the question about clarifying whether it's real or nominal GSP, because that can make a big difference for that formula. But I draw attention now to L, the land valuation indexation factor, in the second formula that's to be applied under Schedule 4 in Clause 4. That clause refers to the aggregate land value of the land as at 1 July in the preceding financial year. Members can look at that in their own time, but I'll just say there's no definition of what that is, and one needs to try to infer what is being aggregated for the purposes of that aggregated land value. The paragraphs within Clause 4 are disjointed. I think a tribunal member or a judge would need to be asked to do that inference, and it's not straightforward and tricky. I noted that the New South Wales Parliamentary Office has a policy document on its website called Plain Language Policy, and in it it states that legislation should be able to be understood with a minimum effort of the users, and that use of plain language is intended to remove barriers of communication and make law more accessible. It also refers to a suggestion of including examples or tables or diagrams. I have suggested in my submission that there should be examples of the calculations to be done under the schedule, because having spent several days trying to work through it, it wasn't a short time, I still can't quite fathom how to do the calculations. There may be others who can do that, I can't. I've submitted that it would be helpful to include those things. Just one other issue that I'll flag, but there are many issues that I raise as technical problems in the drafting. Were this bill to be passed, I would suggest that there need to be amendments to the bill to get it into a shape that would be reasonable for administration. I see that there are loopholes in it, and I can see that I won't go through those, but just to flag as an example, the legislation ties in with other state taxes legislation, and so it builds on it. And as was said earlier, with the Land Tax Act, there is a concession, an amendment to the Land Tax Act to give a credit for duty payable in respect of land tax were it to be payable. In the context of the Tax Administration Act, which imposes interest and penalty tax, there's under this Act, under the bill, under Section 31, a tax default occurs when a person fails to pay the property tax that's due, and under the Act it says it's due no earlier than 30 days after assessment. So if you don't get an assessment, if you haven't notified the Commissioner of a change in use that attracts the higher rate, and just sit back and do nothing, it's up to the Commissioner to find out that there's been a change in use. Commissioner issues an assessment, 30 days for payment. It's only from that time that an interest or penalty tax exposure can exist. That's an example of an issue that perhaps is unintended and would need to be addressed, but there's many more, and I've identified just 2 extra ones.
We might need to wrap up. We do have your submission, but we've got very limited time. Did you want to make a final point? But we need time for questions.
No, I've made my points.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cridland.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I've just got 3 points. The first is that in the first year, the calculation's relatively straightforward. I think that the online calculator is an excellent tool. However, in future years, applying the formula is going to be very, very difficult to the points that have been raised by Ms. Sieve. The second point is that the benefits of the proposed tax are highly skewed to purchases of high-rise residential units as compared to purchases of freestanding homes. I've provided an example in my paper where the difference can be over 425% in terms of the higher cost for a purchaser of a freestanding home as compared to a high-rise unit purchaser. Consistently, I'd also just highlight that if you do change from using the premises as your principal place of residence to using it as an investment property, the increase in the tax is 375%. That's not particularly onerous in the context of a purchaser of a high-rise residential unit. However, it is very, very high in the context of the purchaser of a freestanding home, and I've highlighted in my paper that that's in excess of $13,500 for the purchaser of a home, in the order of about $1.4 million. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll begin with questions from the opposition. 7.
Thank you. Mr. Cridland and Ms. Eve and Mr. Chuck and Mr. Harvey, thank you for taking the time to come with us this morning. Mr. Cridland, I might just pick up from where you were talking about. Can you take us through the points in your submission in which you say the benefits are mostly favourable to skewed to high-risk apartment purchases? Can you run us through the logic?
I believe you mean.
High-rise.
High-rise. Sorry. High-rise.
Yes. I just referred to page 4 of my submission.
Yep.
I've included a table. There's 2 residential properties that I've identified. I've taken those addresses from the realestate.com website. I've used the online calculator, which, as I've said, I do think is an excellent tool for calculations in the first year. You can see that for the St Leonard's apartment, which has a list price of $1.48 million, the property tax would be $487 in the first year, as compared to transfer duty of over $65,000. So naturally, a purchaser in that situation is highly likely to opt in. In relation to a freestanding home, I've identified one at 3 Palmer Place, Carlingford. The price is advertised for a range between $1.35 million and $1.485 million. The property tax is $3,610, which is 425% higher than for the residential unit purchaser, whereas the transfer duty would be a comparable amount depending on the price that was paid. Consistently, if I could also just refer to page 5 of my submission, in the event that the person who acquired the property in Carlingford switched to using that as an investment property, their tax would jump to $13,270, which contrasts with about $4,000, which they would otherwise pay as land tax under the existing tax rules.
And the reason why a freestanding house is likely to attract more property tax than a unit in an apartment is you say in your paragraph 4.3 and 4.4, it's because the unimproved value of the freestanding house is set for the lot or for the parcel of land, and whereas for the apartment, it's a portion between all the apartments, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
And you're an experienced practitioner in apportionment disputes?
Yes, yes.
Apportionment disputes straightforward?
No, they're not.
Are they easy to resolve?
No, they're contentious.
Are they? Is there one source of truth as to how the appointments have been appointed, or is it the case that they're actually contained within each of the lot plans?
It is based on the lot plans. It's based on unit entitlement.
And the Valuer General doesn't determine that unit entitlement, does it? Do they?
No.
and it's required each strata has to do that itself, correct?
Correct.
And it's far more likely that if this was to be implemented, those disputes are likely to intensify, in your view.
I would agree, yep.
And that's likely to result in quite a lot of acrimony within strata schemes. That's reasonably foreseeable, correct?
It's particularly contentious in circumstances where there's two stratum lots within the one building. So you might have a retail and a car park area, and then you might have high-rise residential above it. You need to firstly apportion the land value between the two stratum lots, and that's a highly contentious exercise. The owners of the retail and car park component obviously want a lower land value apportioned to that parcel and a higher value apportioned to the residential units. So there's often contention in that sort of context.
Yeah. Can I just quickly ask a few questions to the Law Society? I've had the opportunity to read your submission to this inquiry, but also I've had the opportunity to read your submission to the consultation process that was run last year too, in respect to the broader proposal, is probably how I would term it. In respect to that point, I think you alluded to this in your opening statement when you made reference to conveyancing issues. You said in your submission last year that depending on the design features of the property tax, it's quite likely that the standard conveyancing and other legal documentation will require amendment to make provision for the property tax. For example, changes may be necessary to the 2019 edition of the contract for sale and purchase of land. Lead time for documentation and systems changes should be adequately addressed in the implementation timeline. I presume you would also think that there's still a that is still a concern?
Yeah, yes, maybe yes.
And so given that this scheme is meant to be operating in 10 weeks-ish, maybe 12, do we have enough lead time to change every standard contract for sale? Have you been consulted on that?
No, we haven't been consulted, and I'd say it's not ideal, but it could be done.
Sure. And but you haven't specifically been consulted on it? Has it been flagged with you as something, given this is something which the Law Society actually has quite a role in terms of what the standard contract of sale is?
Yes, it's a joint copyright with the REI and ourselves, so it's, yeah, and it's the contract which is used in almost 100% of transactions in New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Steve, I did want to ask you one question that I guess arose from the application of the formulas. Just in respect to the formulas, I'm right in understanding that the way in which the land value indexation factor turns on the class of people who have already opted in, that's the class of property that's being indexed, or did I read that wrong?
That's another question that I have also, because unfortunately that land indexation factor refers to identify all land subject to property tax on 31 December, and I was uncertain as to whether that's all land that's opted in or if it's only land the subject of a particular taxpayer who's being taxed. So again, you've just highlighted, I don't know the answer to that.
It's a material factor though, isn't it? Because that's how, I mean, for a person to know whether or not the land tax is going to rise into the future and how much, we don't even know what properties it's going to be assessed against. Is that fair?
I believe there might be an intention, but it's not clear in Schedule 2.
Mr. Cridland, do you have those concerns?
I do, yes.
You said in your submission you're concerned about the complexities of the formulas. Do you want to take us through your concerns?
Look, I haven't done as detailed a submission as Ms. Steve. I had the benefit of reading her submission. But yes, I think the key distinction between, say, land tax and the proposed property tax is the way in which, on a go-forward basis, there's going to be this indexation, both of the fixed component and also of the land value rate. So we don't have similar indexation applying in the context of land tax. And so I think that that's one of the key reasons why this particular property tax is going to be more difficult and complicated to implement than as compared to existing land tax.
So how is a first-home buyer meant to be able to reach a reasonable projection as to what their liability is likely to be after a year?
I've noted in my paper that, as a practical matter, I think it would be impossible and that the home buyer would have to rely upon that information being supplied by the Chief Commissioner.
But at this point in time, a first home buyer who finds themselves in year 2, they can't opt out of the system.
That's right.
Correct?
That's right.
They'd have to sell the property. So basically, whatever the Commissioner tells them they have to pay, they're going to have to pay.
That's right.
I mean, there's no way to reasonably predict it.
There is. I completely agree. There is, of course, the proposed cap of only a 4% increase, but subject to that particular cap, I agree. It's all but impossible to state with any certainty what the future tax is likely to be. And I think that's an impact not only for the first-home buyer, but also for other stakeholders, including financiers and the like, and advisors, of course.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you for taking the time in the limited time available to go through and really pick out all of the sort of drafting issues in this bill. Can I just check with you, Mr Check, that when did you first get a draft of this bill, and were you given the opportunity to make detailed comments on a draft before it was introduced to Parliament?
No, we weren't. So it is sometimes the case that state tax legislation, we are given a draft bill, an exposure draft bill on a confidential basis, and the committee is given time to provide their comments and a submission is made. But in this case, we weren't given a draft. We only had the bill as it went into Parliament, and as a result, we haven't had much time to go through the bill or give any comments on technical drafting issues.
Understood. Thank you. Are there additional drafting complexities, or are there additional issues caused with the conveyancing aspects caused by the part of the bill that allows a purchaser to buy a property now with stamp duty and then seek to have that stamp duty repaid in the future to go on to the land tax? So I think they say from the moment of assent until the 16th of, is it January or February? If you purchase during that period of time, you purchase with the stamp duty. Are there additional complexities with conveyancing caused by then having to kind of unwind that, or?
I just first of all say just one thing, Adrian, and Mr Check, to say that the actual bill refers to the date of commencement, and the date of commencement is not necessarily the date of assent. The schedule, section 2 refers to commencement dates to be proclaimed, a date or dates to be proclaimed. So we're uncertain as to when that is, and that's one of the comments that I raised, the very first comment in my submission about the date of commencement. So there's uncertainty about that. But in terms of practical, it would mean that within 3 months, the duty, if a contract is exchanged, within 3 months the duty is payable, and if settlement is intended, it tends to sometimes be brought forward. Duty would have to be paid, and then an application for a refund if this is opted into. That's how I see practical from a stamp duty point of view.
As a practical matter, all conveyancing now in New South Wales with respect to residential properties done electronically via PEXA. You can't actually do the transfer via PEXA without having a duty assessment first. So it would be necessary for the first home buyer to get a duty assessment, pay the duty. It's typically paid as a part of the settlement process via PEXA. It would then be necessary to make a formal application seeking a reassessment and a refund after that acquisition had been completed. Okay. So it would be necessary to outlay the money first in order to complete the transfer, and then make a reassessment application and seek a refund.
And if there was, under the hardship provisions, if there was an amount that was being accrued to the state as a creditor, would that appear on the system, the land title system, or would there, in the same way a mortgage would, or do we know what the intention is there?
I can't say specifically. My expectation would be that it would be a first charge on the land similar to land tax charges, but I can't answer that definitively.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check, Ms. Sieve, you were cut off in your opening statement, and I just wanted to check that the additional comments that you had were additional to what you had in your, whether they were additional to what you had in your submission, to give you a chance to say what they are, because you've been so useful.
Thank you. No, I did summarise the 2 issues too, but there were more as well. But if I can also flag for the committee, if I may, one issue, and that is that unimproved land values of strata units, it is possible that the unimproved land value can actually exceed the market value. And there was a case on that, Alexandro and Valuer General, in 2020. And that's an issue that perhaps needs to be addressed in the Land Tax Act and the Land Tax Management Act if that's not intended to apply and flow through to the property tax.
Thank you.
Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Sieve, why did you say there's confusion about the GSP number? Is it real or nominal? It's an indexation number where you take the amount from 2 years ago and divide it by the amount from 3 years ago. So it's a real number, isn't it?
The real number, and as you'll see in my submission, I said I'm informed. It was an actual analyst, my husband, who explained to me what the GSP is and explained that there are two aspects to it. It can be real or nominal, and it's a different number.
But in this bill, it's real, isn't it?
I don't know, and that
tells you what
if you don't know that basics of high school economics, why are you making a submission?
Okay, I'll withdraw. I'll just say this. I understand from an expert in the area of economics and mathematics that regarding the GSP, economists can look at it in two ways. It's not spelled out as to which way it's intended here.
It's an indexation factor, taking it from 2 years ago and dividing it by what it was 3 years ago. So it's a
I
real
understand
number.
that if you use nominal, inflation is included, and that's the number. It can make a different
But that's not what the bill does. You can understand what you like about nominal, but if it's not in the bill, it's not relevant to our
real's not in the bill either.
Yeah? Okay. And Mr. Cridlin, all your confusion about the out years, doesn't the 4% cap just seal that off? And you'd expect people in their calculations to assume the worst, which is normal consumer habit, and factor in the 4% compounding.
And I've acknowledged that in the paper, but also acknowledged that there's instances where the 4% cap won't apply.
Yeah, that's where they go out for an investment property, but clearly it's the purpose of the bill to encourage owner occupation because it's a housing affordability bill. So have you got a problem with the higher rates on people who go out to the investment stream?
The point I'm making is that there's a skewing in the way in which that applies to people that have bought a freestanding home as compared to a high-rise apartment. And I mean, if you look at Orange or Dubbo, there's not too many high-rise units out there. So if you're looking at people that are purchasing freestanding homes and they suddenly have to switch to using it as an investment property, perhaps for circumstances beyond their control, suddenly you're looking at $13,500 in tax as compared to $4,000.
Sure, but people buying apartments haven't got that choice now. So I suppose what you're doing is clarifying and contradicting Mr. Mookie's point that it's dreadful for apartment owners. There's actually a benefit that they haven't got at the moment.
I certainly think that the benefits of this particular proposal are certainly skewed to purchasers of high-rise residential units.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to get into the housing market in Sydney, isn't it? You buy an apartment, then you can trade up later on. That's good news, yeah?
Could be.
Yep. And to the Law Society, Mr. Chair, you said you haven't taken a position on the politics of the proposal. What about the economics of it? Has the Law Society got any problem with this as a micro reform? The Productivity Commission in Canberra found that 25% of potential home buyers, home owners, thinking they want to move closer to where they work or where their children go to school, are blocked by, from doing that because of the upfront impost of stamp duty. So it's a good thing, isn't it, to give people a choice to avoid that problem, and it makes our cities and our economy more efficient, and there are major productivity gains.
In our earlier submission, we did generally think that the broader proposal was a good reform. As to the current bill, we haven't taken a position on the economics.
Right, but the current bill is sort of a microcosm of the broader bill, and there's also a consideration economists would identify that a lot of people at the moment, say a young family, you might have a child on the way or one with one on the way, and what they tend to do is invest bigger in a bigger home than they need at the current time, knowing you can't trade up later on to a bigger home because of the stamp duty costs that you'll bear. So again, it's another inefficiency in housing investment that holds back productivity and urban efficiency and the like. So that's important too, isn't it?
Well, in my personal capacity, I would agree with you. Yeah, the Law Society hasn't taken that position or done that analysis.
No. Paul Keating has, and he's in politics.
The government.
Thank you very much. Just returning to that point that Mr. Latham raised, Mr. Cridlin, it is a few isolated instances, isn't it, where the cap of 4% wouldn't apply. Apart from that, every other transaction, a property purchaser could be relatively assured that if they chose the property tax system, that there'd be no greater gain than 4% per annum.
I would agree. Yep.
Yep, and to that point as well, to the investor argument that if somebody, I think it was 325% you cited, was it, or that was the difference in terms of?
It's a 325% increase. That's correct.
Yep, with the investor argument that would be a motivation for somebody to sell a property, and then would allow other first home buyers to come on the market and actually more home ownership rather than that being a rental property.
I definitely agree that the implication, particularly for an owner of a freestanding home, is likely to be that they would have to sell. I mean, $13,500 as an annual property tax is going to be uneconomic in terms of an investment property. So I agree, it would force a sale. Whether that's a good thing, I couldn't say. It would depend on the person's circumstances.
It is a policy choice, though, in a sense, in terms of actually encouraging more home ownership rather than more investors in the market.
Sure, but I would say that with respect to, say, a high-rise residential unit, and again, I've given the comparable in the paper, the property tax would only be around $3,000 for somebody that's bought a $1.5 million unit. So for a high-rise unit purchaser, there wouldn't, I don't think, be an incentive to sell, but for the purchaser of a freestanding home in a regional area, I do think that they would have to sell.
But there would still be a significant impact on that apartment owner in comparison to what they'd be paying as the primary place of residence.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it would be $3,000, whereas it would otherwise be
$1,000, for instance, on the other. So there still is an incentive for them to be able to transition across. And there still is choice, which is enshrined in this system, that you could choose to be on the stamp duty scheme if you felt that that was suitable to your purchasing circumstances at the time.
Yes.
Yep. Now, Mr. Cridlin, I was interested in your proposal as well that you had in your submission. I've got to say it's one that I've actually explored myself in the past as well, at how we could address home ownership challenges with the 15-year deferral. Have you had any consultation with the banks as to how they would treat a scheme like that at all, or have any understanding?
No, I have not.
Okay. And I might turn to the Law Society in terms of the standard form contract as well. Has there been any consultation at all with the Law Society or anyone at the Law Society in terms of the preparation of the standard form contract for the anticipation of this?
No. Because, no, not at this stage. We, in fact, just changed the contract. So the 2022 version came out on the 1st of October. And so it's a matter of, when it comes to the changes in the contract, we need to actually know what the final bill is and the actual legislation. Otherwise, we can't really accurately look into how it's going to affect the conveyancing process, because obviously the contract is there to assist in fairness between vendors and purchasers so that you can navigate your way through the conveyancing process.
So the longer the Parliament stalls on this, the more challenging it is for you in terms of the standard form contract and having that ready?
I couldn't say that. No.
But that is the effect. In terms of the PEXA arrangements, I think, Mr. Cridlin, which you talked about, that would be applicable till the scheme came into place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So that is for that period of which the bill allows for that retrospectivity to the 16th of January. Correct.
Correct.
To be able to claim back. I think that might be it from me at the moment. If Mr. Rath or Mr. Martin have any further questions.
Ms. Sieve, you've been a long-term campaigner against stamp duty. What are the existing problems with stamp duty? Obviously, you think that we should eventually move away from stamp duty in New South Wales, given how inefficient it is. Can you talk about some of the problems that currently exist with the existing system of stamp duty that we have in this state?
I need to correct it. I haven't been an opponent to stamp duty as such. Stamp duty's been an enormous revenue raiser and has contributed to incredible infrastructure, you name it, in this state. The state is often above budget with collections, so it's been incredibly, and basically I've had a career in it. I didn't intend to start into stamp duties as such, but it's developed, etc., etc. And all states and territories are involved. My complaint has been the bracket creep. The stamp duty bracket creep, I believe that it has contributed to affordability, and I'll also add that stamp duty on GST, a tax on a tax, which is one of the, all states and territories have that, my belief is that if these matters were to be redressed, it would make a significant impact for across the board in the economy. And the question is often asked, well, if you do those things, that's going to reduce the revenue. Well, the submission is that, and I've looked at the empirical evidence over the years, that when states and territories have actually reduced rates of stamp duty, what has been the impact? Transaction numbers increase. Revenue tends to be maintained. Not only that, not only do you get the revenue from the stamp duty, but you actually get it from other taxes as well for the economic uplift across the board. That is so simple. So that's been my advocacy, has been on that score. So I hope I've answered that.
No, it's just I'm sorry to call you an anti-stamp duty campaigner. That's just what the Financial Review called you in an article. But I wasn't sorry to mislabel you if you think if you don't think that label applies to you. But very interested in numbers, which I know are probably difficult to get, in terms of the people that might want to sell their property and move to another property, but at the moment there's just significant burden with stamp duty, which is what you were getting at before, that there is this, it creates a problem where people are disincentivised from moving from property to property because of the transaction costs that's involved.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to address that, and it's something that I did address in submissions to the federal inquiry into housing affordability and supply. Other experts were there. Urbanised and Mr. Stephen Albin gave representations as to the impact of reducing stamp duty can actually increase existing supply. That when you cut the rates, so that it's not as much a barrier, you can actually increase the supply there. So without throwing the baby out with the bathwater by totally abolishing stamp duty, as we've even seen in jurisdictions like even in the ACT, where there hasn't been a significant loss of stamp duty revenue with the rates being cut there, with their program of a 30-year transformation or reform, to say that were rates to be cut, were the brackets to be lifted to where they were meant to be originally, the average home is not meant to attract 5.5% rate of duty. When the brackets were originally established, the maximum rate was maximum 3.5. It was more towards the 2% factor. So just to say, were that to occur, that would be just a simple change across the board, adjust the computer programming. Everyone's on board. No new taxes as such, just maintaining revenue. Just to say one more thing. Regarding the first home buyers, the costs and the numbers of persons involved, there's a disproportionality, it seems to me. Although Mr. Malatham has questioned my mathematical economics ability, it's true. I don't express myself or suggest in any way that I'm experts in those areas, but I will say I've been looking at state taxes legislation, as you can tell, for decades. And just to say that from just a layperson's point of view, the amount of investment versus the return, if I can say that if we're looking at choice, it doesn't seem to be that there was any choice, as although Mr. Farlow, you mentioned that you did consider the loan option that Mr. Cridland has suggested.
That's a personal consideration, not a government one, but yeah.
But, there are other ways of helping home buyers, that's all.
Thank you to all of you for your attendance and your submissions this morning. We really do appreciate it. We've now finished with this round. The committee will take a break until 11:45.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to our new witnesses for joining us for this next round. Can I ask each of you to please state your full name and position title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation? We'll start with you, yeah.
Okay, I'm Paul Vestige. I'm Policy Manager for Combined Pensioners and Superannuants Association.
If you could state either an oath or affirmation. Have you got a card in front of you?
Is it? Sorry. It's an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Leah Patson-Ross, Chief Executive Officer of the Tenants' Union of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Jemima Mowbray, I'm the Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Tenants' Union of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So each of your organisations is entitled to make a very brief opening statement. If you'd like, we might start with you, Mr Patterson-Ross.
Sure, thank you so much. Thank you to the committee for inviting us. We'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Gadigal land, and particularly that's relevant today as we talk about the treatment of land and the way that our society interacts with it. We support the introduction of a broad-based land tax. We think it is a fair, efficient form of taxation that discourages behaviour in property ownership, such as land banking and leaving properties vacant. Land taxes are not just about government revenue or influencing behaviour. They are also a recognition that the land on which we live and work is a communal asset that the broader community protects and enhances both the property value and the property rights. It is not only the introduction of sweat, bricks and mortar and finance that increases the value of the property, but the neighbours and neighbourhood, the sport and culture, the roads and rail, the police preventing trespass and the poles and pipes that all contribute to making places valuable and homes. In short, it is the broader community's economic development that creates much of the value, and it is fair that the broader community receives some of the benefit. We do think that introduction of a land tax should seek to avoid hardship to both the people transitioning to a different scheme and people impacted more broadly, primarily obviously renters in properties under the property tax. Some people who may have high wealth in the form of property but low incomes could find the tax unaffordable at some point during their ownership. This is ideally addressed through deferrals in whole or in part on collecting the land tax until the time that wealth becomes liquidated at the point of sale. These features are in the bill that's before Parliament. Any introduction of a scheme like this should be concerned with the potential ramifications for others, though. We were pleased to be a part of the hardship working group considering these issues last year and the potential responses to them. We've provided a brief joint submission with colleagues from St Vincent de Paul Society and Shelter New South Wales that made two particular recommendations to this inquiry. The first, that government ensure that data relating to this program and related housing data be made public and transparent. This would complement the Housing Evidence Centre outlined in New South Wales Government Housing Strategy 2041, but must be as transparent as possible to enable interested groups to provide feedback to the government on how the transition is going. The second is that the supply of genuinely affordable housing funded or facilitated by government should not be impacted by the implementation of the program despite any reduction in revenue as a result. However, we do recognise that the first home buyer's choice does not fit the definition of a broad-based land tax of the type that we support or of the type that was originally proposed. In effect, it is a support for purchases of their first property, and those kind of demand-side supports generally do act to inflate the cost of purchasing property for everybody. In this instance, we don't believe the first home buyer's choice will act to further inflate the already inflated property market, although it also won't reduce the cost of purchasing overall, which ultimately should be the aim of housing policy, chiefly that centering housing policy generally as its primary purpose of housing people with finance and investment that needs the means to an end rather than an end itself. If introduced, we hold some hope that the introduction of this program will assist in transitioning to a broader-based land tax, primarily by revealing actual behaviour in the market in a relatively harmless way. The implementation also gives us the opportunity to put in place hardship responses and data infrastructure that will tell us how to progress and tell government how to progress. A big risk we see is that we don't continue to transition. One risk is that having a narrow version of a land tax or the property tax means that the community won't see the benefit because it lacks the breadth and depth required to have the positive system-wide effects that a transition promises. We look forward to continuing to engage with government and all parliamentarians as New South Wales moves forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thank the committee for giving CPSA the opportunity to give evidence as part of this inquiry. CPSA's interest in the property tax first home buyer choice bill does not relate to macroeconomic implications of land or property taxes. It also doesn't relate to implications for housing affordability for first home buyers, the desirability of a land or property tax from the point of view of first home buyers, or the technical competence of the bill. CPSA's concern about the property tax, as it is proposed in this bill, is that it may be about the introduction of a universal property tax in New South Wales by stealth and small beginnings. CPSA is concerned that efforts to date by the New South Wales government to introduce a property tax have ignored the fact that there are hundreds of thousands of low-income owner-occupying households in New South Wales unable to pay such a tax. A hardship scheme does nothing for households like that. They would simply be asked to pay a tax they can't afford, and despite government assurances, would sooner or later be forced to sell their homes. It is obvious that today's first home buying household may be a future low-income household unable to pay a property tax, in spite of any benefits it conferred on this household when it entered the housing market. Finally, CPSA notes that the property tax proposed is one unable to call on the main selling point of property tax schemes, which is that property tax enables ease of buying and selling homes, and in that way enable economic flexibility and benefit. But the first home buyer under the scheme legislated in this bill, if they want to sell up and buy another place, are stuck with stamp duty. The next home they buy, they will pay stamp duty. That might discourage them from selling. In short, the proposed property tax is not really a property tax.
Thank you. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, can I just thank both organisations for appearing? Can I just clarify, sorry, did you say you put a proposal into this inquiry?
Well, we obviously a very short time frame, so a very short letter, a joint letter with Vincent de Paul and Shelter New South Wales.
But look, thank you, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate that I've had the opportunity to look at the submission you made to last year's proposal as well. But in short, you'd like this to go further?
Yes, we have supported a broad-based land tax for many years. We see it as fair and efficient tax, a form of taxation. The dominant discourse is around replacing stamp duty with land tax, and that's supported by a range of mostly economists, the OECD, a number of organisations. So for us, it is about that the benefits of land tax, the benefits that the community provides to the owners of the property being recognised in that way. You could argue that stamp duty already does that, but if we move from stamp duty to land tax, the economic benefits come with that. It's also very efficient. It's much harder to avoid than other kinds of taxes because the land doesn't disappear.
Sure. Can I just a few other questions I just wanted to sort of tease out with the tenants union before we get to the pensioners. Just in respect to the point that you made around you didn't feel your support for this proposal, I guess, assumes that there's no detrimental impact on the state's capacity to build affordable housing and other forms of social housing. Did I understand that appropriately, or other forms of housing?
So we would understand government's ability to pay for essential services to be a choice of government. The loss of revenue shouldn't be tied to expenditure in other important areas.
So at any point were you consulted about any alternative uses of the $776 million which this proposal will cost the state budget in the first 4 years?
We're usually not consulted at that level.
And then I can only presume you were not consulted about the additional $900 million of lost revenue that would arise from this in the 5 years after 2026 either, I assume.
Like all government revenue, except for our own program funding, we're almost never consulted.
But nowhere in any of these workshops do people actually canvass what the alternative strategies could have been with you?
No.
Secondly, just in respect to the renters' conditions, it's right now there is a huge shortage of rental stock, correct?
Yes.
And that's the reason why rents are the fastest growing component of household expenditure right now, correct?
Yes.
How much do you expect rents to go down if we implement this proposal?
We wouldn't expect rents to fall as a result of this proposal.
Sure. And you are aware that for good or for ill, and there's been various reforms that have been canvassed in this respect as well, that a lot of the rental stock that's available rises from people who are effectively investment property owners, correct?
Almost all of it.
All of it? And so in a scenario where this rate leads to first-time buyers having to triple that, I understand under this proposal, the rate of tax that a first-home buyer has to pay should they offer their property on the investment market triples. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And your argument is that has no impact on rental stock.
Yes, so landlords' costs aren't set. Landlords' rents setting isn't set by their costs. So supply and demand sets rents. That's why a shortage of supply leads to higher rents. We can test in the real world that landlords' don't set rent based on costs, because if they did, we wouldn't have negative gearing. It wouldn't exist as a concept. Yeah. In fact, half of landlords
I'm across the logic, but you are aware of the fact that a first-time buyer under this scheme could then claim the $13,000 they pay to the state government, and they can negatively gear that cost.
Yes, we would recommend the federal government reform negative gearing.
So the whole point, though, is effectively we're setting up a scenario in which there's going to be a transfer of revenues to the Commonwealth, or actually the Commonwealth will be providing a subsidy, an additional subsidy to investors under this scenario, correct? Because they're basically going to be able to negatively gear their land tax to the state.
Yes, they can negatively gear many things. I mean, the interest rate is far greater than land tax.
No, I accept that. Having looked at the tax data, the biggest component that is negatively geared is interest rates. That's true, which are going up. Yeah. And right now, as interest rates go up, the subsidy that the Commonwealth provides to investors goes up too, correct?
Yeah.
But then in addition to this, the Commonwealth will now also be subsidising investors further, correct?
That's a choice for the Commonwealth government, yes.
Yeah. But under existing settings, correct?
And they won't be paying land tax.
Yes, it's a relatively small number of people that we expect to access the scheme, but as I said, I think that is a problem for the Commonwealth government.
So all I'm saying is that it's complicated as to how this system sits within the existing housing tax laws at both the Commonwealth and the state level. You'd agree with that?
Not in principle. Land tax is already claimable.
Yeah, exactly. And then the quantum of the subsidy will go up.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so does many things.
Sure, yeah. Sure. That's fair. Can I just turn to the pensioners? Were you aware that the Premier has said that he would like pensioners to have the choice to opt into this system too?
I read the transcript of the Budget Estimates Committee, yeah.
And did you see his comments to Channel 9 when he was in Japan as well?
No, I didn't see those.
Okay, fair.
My take on it was not that he was going to introduce it to pensioners.
Are your members clamouring for the opportunity to pay an annual land tax?
No, they're not clamouring.
Is this a choice you want?
Pardon?
Choice that your members want?
The land tax?
Yeah.
No, of course not.
And is that the reason why? Is because pensioners tend to be on fixed incomes?
They tend to be on fixed incomes, but they tend to also be on low incomes.
Yeah.
And that is really the crucial thing here.
How concerned are you with the fact that the Premier hasn't ruled out extending this to pensioners, despite giving multiple opportunities?
Well, that really... the concern for pensioners on low incomes is what has brought us here, which is why we campaigned against the Fire and Emergency Services Levy, which was really a land tax. It's why we campaigned against the proposal last year, which was for a very slow cooker introduction of property tax. On both occasions, low-income owner-occupiers were simply ignored. There was talk of a hardship scheme, but that was simply, delay of payment. It did not address the fact that people would be asked to pay a tax they could not afford.
I see in your submission and in your public comments, you've described this as a thin edge of the wedge. Is that what your concern is?
Yes. Obviously, we've had two attempts at introducing a property tax in New South Wales, and as I said in my opening statement, we see this as let's try it with a very small scheme, see how that works, and perhaps it'll catch on, and we can extend it. That is how we see this attempt, and that's why we've made our submission, and why we're here today.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you for coming along. I will start with you, Mr Ross. I agree that there are benefits of a transition away from stamp duty to a broad-scale land tax. That's not what this bill is, though, is it?
No.
No. Do you think it's a housing affordability scheme? Do you think it's a measure that would improve housing affordability?
In a limited sense, it does make it easier for a first property purchaser to compete with people who already own properties, but it's a limited cohort.
And if you had $1.6 billion over 10 years and you wanted to improve housing affordability, what would you spend that money on?
So we have a range of ways to address housing affordability, some which don't cost the government revenue at all, but the best intervention a government can make is by building public housing.
Yeah, $1.6 billion worth of public housing would go a long way, wouldn't it, over 10 years?
It would not go far enough, to be honest, but it would go a long way.
Can I ask you, in relation to the pensioners, if this instead was a plan that said over the next 10 years, we will transition to a broad-scale land tax, we'll do it in a similar way to the way that the Labor Greens government did it in ACT, where we have a very structured plan where you can see for 30 years what's going to happen, what the exceptions will be for people who are pensioners, what will what the limits will be. If we had a fully fledged set out plan, do you think there would be the same level of opposition as you're seeing to this bill?
Well, I can only speak for pensioners, of course. I think there would be, because whatever scheme you introduce, you are asking people to pay a new tax, which varies according to land value. Even if it's set out very clearly when they have to pay it, they're still unable to pay it. Also, I think it's important to realise that retirement planning in Australia is not all that advanced. People might not be across the detail of the introduction. And the main point, I'll make it again, is that it's a tax that people can't afford.
No, that's right. So if we had some exceptions set up. I mean, I understand the fear that this is the beginning of something very similar being rolled out. I think the benefits of having a 10-year plan that you've actually consulted with people on is that you can build in where it would be inequitable to have the land tax applying, and then people can have that certainty. Do you think that if you were brought into that process on a 10-year plan or a 20-year plan, where you could get those equitable exceptions up front, that people would have less of an opposition to a move towards land tax for the whole system?
If what you are saying is that there would be exemptions for people on low incomes, I don't think we would have a problem with property tax. As I said in my opening statement, we're not against this because of all those reasons, but people can't pay. I have to say that when last year the what I call the slow cooker property tax introduction was on the table, I mentioned exemptions to the person who was leading the consultation. And I just laughed because there are so many households which can claim that they cannot pay, that they are low income. If you are a single pensioner on, what is it, 26, maybe 27 now, $1,000 a year, where are you going to get to $3,000?
Yeah.
Mr Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr Versteeg, how many of your members are first home buyers?
I haven't counted them, Mr Latham.
Would you have any?
I don't think so, no.
No, so they're not directly affected by the bill. But wouldn't your members love the idea of the broader reform where it's easier to downsize and avoid the upfront impost of stamp duty going into the recurrent property tax regime?
Well, it's an interesting question. It seems that we're talking about taxing residential property, owner-occupied property, and also investment property on the basis it's either stamp duty or it's land tax. Stamp duty is hated, land tax is hated.
Right, but we get a lot of complaints about how hard it is in this country to downsize. So haven't we got to find a feasible way, and obviously this property tax regime, you avoid the upfront cost?
You would, but the problem with downsizing is not the stamp duty. I'm sure it's a factor. But the main thing is that people who downsize, and particularly people who are not wealthy in retirement, tend to live in older stock. If they want to downsize in the area in which they live, which is, generally speaking, would be a good thing, because that's where they have their support systems and there are services there, they would basically be spending as much as they get for their property.
Well, certainly if they pay stamp duty, you're spending a lot more. But can I go to Mr. Ross? You would support the broader reform, wouldn't you? This NATSEM report 2 years ago on the ACT proposals over 20 years replacing stamp duty and insurance duty with the broad-based land tax through the general rate system is very, very positive for the impact on rental properties and rents. It states that there's a clear number in the increase of rental properties in the ACT and lower rents and costs for 3 of the 4 lower income quintiles, and higher for the highest quintile, so equity built in. Rental prices, costs for units show a decline of between 5 and 16% due to the reform, and NATSEM, which is very well regarded, of course, sees this modelling as statistically significant and robust. So if you're truly interested in what some people call the progressive side of politics, social justice and equity, you wouldn't be opposing this thing. You'd actually say the bill needs to be the broader reform on the ACT model to get these benefits in the rental market in particular.
And that is why we've supported a broad-based land tax for a long time. Might be worth noting in the ACT, it doesn't apply to owner-occupier properties, and so we might say it should do that. But it's certainly true that that modelling found those results. I mean, even it's sort of interesting to note in Queensland, where the stock of rental property in Brisbane had been fairly stable for a couple of years, when the announcement of a tweak to land tax was announced in December last year. Since then, there's been a 3.4% increase in rental supply, despite the property industry's claims about landlords fleeing the market in fear. Because this isn't something that people are or should be worried about.
Thank you very much.
Government.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just start by asking, particularly the Tenants Union, to begin, this reform is part of a broader suite of reforms to encourage and enable people to get into a first home, and would you mind commenting on the shared equity scheme that we've proposed as well and your views on that while you're here today?
I haven't prepared to comment, but in principle, the shared equity schemes have a risk for the purchaser where if property values don't continue to increase, and that's not a certainty, unless the equity scheme is well designed to prevent this, you can go out backwards. And so that's the problem, or that's the risk that they face, that because you're taking, most people now buying property are leveraging very, very heavily, so they're taking on a large amount of risk, even for their owner-occupied properties. And that means that if you take away the amount of money that a person is leveraging the value on, and then prices go down, you're at more risk of coming out backwards. Now, that's not necessarily actually a problem if we consider housing as a utility to live in. And so if you consider that even if prices didn't increase as quickly as possible, but you're paying a reasonable amount in costs over that time, then that's not a terrible thing to do. We'd, in general, like to see all people able to have a stable home that they can rely on for the long term, regardless of their ownership model.
Thank you, and I'll give Mr. Vestige the opportunity to comment if you'd like. Or
I have no comments about the shared equity scheme.
Okay, no problem. I just want to pick up on that line of questioning from Mr. Latham in regards to downsizing. If we can continue with that, does the Tenants Union have a view on any reform that could be looked at in regards to downsizing?
As Paul really referred to, I think we recognise the issues with downsizing extend beyond the financial implications, and they do seem to come back to the availability of appropriate, attractive places for people to move to that are somewhere that someone would want to downsize to. So if we can ensure that there's a diverse range of housing that's accessible, that meets people's needs, then the downsizing question will be made easier. There is certainly some people who, where the question of finance or the question of are they holding on to a property, for the inheritance value or something like that might be in play. But in general, we'd see more benefit from more accessible, attractive homes in good locations.
I was just going to add in there that I think there is an overlap between the downsizing, so owner-occupiers looking to see is there accessible, appropriate housing in my local area, with the problems that we see for older renters and renters with disability in the same way. There's just really a lack of accessible, affordable rental housing. So we know people with a disability, we know older people really struggle to find housing that is appropriate, and I think that really is something that we need to take seriously in terms of how do we address the lack of supply of accessible housing and a diversity of housing in areas. And there's been some great developments in terms of the National Construction Code and adoption of accessibility standards, and we'd love to see that progress here in New South Wales. We think it would not only impact kind of the accessible housing that's available for people to downsize to if you're thinking about owner-occupiers, but also we've certainly considered that to be something that needs to happen if you want to see more accessible rental housing available for either people who would like to age in place or people with a disability.
All right, thank you. Either of my colleagues.
So the higher investor rate compared to those who are owner-occupiers, I mean, that's a great thing for owner-occupiers, right? I mean, it's not, that would be a good thing for your members, for, say, people who are currently renting, which we know a lot of young people in particular, they rent, they're trying to save up for a home. Stamp duty is a significant barrier to entry because of how expensive it is, and then they have the option to go to pay the stamp duty should they wish, or to have the lower rate compared to the investor rate for owner-occupiers. Do you want to comment a bit more on that?
One of the issues that I think all governments face in their housing policy is what is a kind of economically rational behaviour is not necessarily how people behave in the real world. And I'm not sure that many people would pay that much attention to the difference between the owner-occupier and the investor rate when they're making the decision. They would look at the owner-occupier rate to the stamp duty. But then there's also this question about how much are people going to do the math to work out what's the best deal for them. And so this is one of the questions that we'd sort of be interested in seeing play out is, and then that's why we need a really strong evidence base, is how many people are making those kind of decisions. Much of our property investment, both investment by landlords and investors by owner-occupiers, does not feel as intentional as perhaps economic modelling would like it to be. People routinely get into owning property because it's a cultural expectation, because their parents have kind of incentivised it or modelled it, and rather than because they've done the numbers and think that it's a really clear and sensible strategy for them. So how much this plays out is one of those unanswered questions, I think, in the potential for this program.
And then just to Mr. Vestige, I think Mr. Mookie quoted the Premier from a historical comment that the Premier made. Are you aware that the New South Wales government has ruled out these changes to any other cohorts, that it only applies to first homeowners?
in relation to this bill?
They've ruled it out.
We've ruled it out.
Well, that's the way I read the bill, that it would be first home buyers that would only qualify for the scheme. And I don't think there are many first home buyers among older people.
Thank you.
That's literally time. So thank you very much to all of you for your attendance this morning and your submissions. We do appreciate your work on this. Excuse me. We've finished with this panel now, so thank you again, and we will bring in our next group.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ruled it out. I don't think he meant that. I think that'll change.
Ruled it out.
Yeah, which makes it even more ridiculous.
Like then
So we'll just do this little bit. We won't actually have a
finally got that concession.
So you can keep saying you've ruled out.
I rule out selling government house.
Oh, here we go.
What about renting it? What about your water tax? How's that going?
What's my other tax? Oh, my water tax.
Water tax.
No.
One of Damien's more.
Yeah, I do listen to
You do.
I don't think it was you that was directing that.
Added himself as not listening closely enough.
I think that was Scott's question you were referring to about the first homeowner concessions.
Mate, do you know how much you'd have to pay if you had to deal with Dungowan and Wyandotte? Do you know how much people would be paying there?
Well, water tax ones the feds aren't funding now.
Is this your tax? Is this the tax?
No tax.
Oh, one of these is WebEx. No,
that's...
Are we still on?
Still on, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we are on.
All right. Otherwise, I was going to say something I shouldn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
We love Dungowan.
No, you do.
No, you don't.
So he's on 12.45?
Don't mislead the community.
Right. Okay. Good morning to both of you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
We'll ask each of you to please state your full name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation if you could. We'll start. Yep, sure.
Adina Serson, Acting New South Wales Executive Director of the Property Council of Australia. My affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Harding?
Yeah, David Harding, Executive Director of Business New South Wales, and my oath is I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You're both welcome to make a very brief opening statement if you wish.
Go ahead.
Business New South Wales has long advocated for stamp duty reform as a way to partially address housing availability and affordability. Business also supports reform that will improve workforce availability and mobility. People moving to pursue job opportunities need affordable local housing options and not big stamp duty bills. Since 2016, this organisation, as in Business New South Wales, has published 2 detailed reports and a major survey on how to tackle this very change, one in conjunction with NCOSS. Central to addressing the cost of living pressure is the proposed change from stamp duty to a land tax option for first home buyers. With Australia's soaring housing costs, the lack of supply and a rental crisis, this initiative could help first home buyers enter the property market. Stamp duty is an inefficient tax. It has been around for 150 years. It drives poor outcomes when it comes to housing affordability and the mobility of families and workers who most need housing at this time. By providing a choice, a potential first home buyer can sit down and calculate which option is best for their circumstances, with many better off choosing that annual property levy rather than an upfront stamp duty, which can take up to 2 years to save for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Property Council is supportive of this legislation, and we thank both the government and this committee for allowing us to provide input into this process. Certainly the first time we saw this bill was actually on introduction, but we certainly have had lots of opportunities to engage with the government around tax reform and our support of that. We have had a long-held position around the fact that stamp duty is an efficient tax. tax, and we take the approach that any taxation applied across the board should be simple, efficient and equitable. We don't think that stamp duty is an efficient tax. It is a brake on economic activity. We want to see economic efficiency applied, and so anything that does genuinely look at tax reform across the board is something the Property Council has been very supportive of. We'd like to make a differentiation, I think. I think there is some, while the legislation that's being considered does obviously have an impact to first home buyers and will impact on housing affordability, the approach that we have been taking is a much broader tax reform agenda, and we note that this is a bit of a slimmed down version, but a welcome first step towards broader tax reform. I also would like to reflect, I'm normally the ACT Executive Director, so I do have quite a bit of experience with the ACT tax reform agenda, which is halfway through its 20-year transition. So I'm happy to provide some reflections on that if the committee would so like. I think there are a couple of principles to our broad support, and that is that this remains an opt-in option. We've been very strong on that. This has to be opt-in. We don't want to see a disproportionate impact to any part of the market. Like in the ACT, we have seen once the tax reform has been taken on a broader journey, this is obviously the first tranche of this, but in further tranches of tax reform down the track, we would really like to make sure that that's not having a disproportionate impact on the commercial market and commercial sector in particular. And also we don't want to see the ironic impact of this actually going towards making housing more accessible, actually see a cost increase in housing prices. So I'm happy to speak to that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Okay, great. Thank you for your contributions this morning and for your I've had the opportunity to get across your submissions you made to last year's proposal. As I understand it, you haven't actually made a submission to this inquiry, which is understandable, but it's fine for me to ask you some questions about that. Yes, thank you. I might just start with the Property Council, if that's possible. First things first, you make the point that you would basically like this system to go further. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
And the proposal you actually support is the one that was canvassed last year?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the reason why you supported that proposal was because basically it eliminated the progressive nature of the existing land tax system and replaced it with a flat tax system?
What we've been supportive of, a removal of stamp duty and a transition to a broader land-based tax system indeed, yes.
But you also supported the elimination of the progressive nature of the existing land tax system and its replacement with a flat tax system, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You set a couple of conditions for your support.
Yes, indeed.
Last year, and I just want to see whether or not they are still the conditions that you have today. You made the point that your support is reform does not result in higher taxes for commercial property sector. That's still your position?
Yeah, it is, and it really comes from the ACT experience. What we've seen in the ACT is 10 years in... Sorry?
I will ask you that. I just wanted to check that.
Oh, yes, that's still correct, yes. That's
okay.
Based on our experience in the ACT.
But the actual model that you would prefer was for us to increase the GST and use that to eliminate land tax and stamp duty, or certainly stamp duty and commercial stamp duty especially, correct?
Oh, look, I think there's different forms of tax reform that can be undertaken. I'm not sure that we made specific reference to GST in our 2021
you said
submission.
The possibility of replacing stamp duty with a broad-based consumption tax was originally canvassed, and you've also made the point that you'd like to see that sort of remain on the table elsewhere in your submission too. But that's okay.
Obviously, in the context of the New South Wales government, that's obviously GST's, not something that we can provide.
Made that to the federal financial interstate reform process in 2019 that kicked off this entire process, didn't you?
I'm not aware of
the Anderson review.
I'm not aware of the national submission that the Property Council made.
It was the New South Wales government. When Mr Perrottet launched this in 2019 by doing a federal interstate tax review that was led by David Thodey and the Thodey review, you made it quite clear that you'd actually like the GST to be broadened and use that to replace.
I'm not aware of our position in 2019, Mr Meeker, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let's talk about the ACT experience. You did mention it before. I did want to get to Business New South Wales in the limited time that I have. You made the point that in your submission last year, the total property tax revenues in the ACTs have increased by 77% over this time. That's still about accurate?
Yes, what we've seen in the ACT is the commercial sector, the rates that are being paid in the commercial sector are 9 times higher than that in the residential sector. What we're effectively seeing, and it's mainly because the thresholds on where stamp duty waivers are given has remained fairly stagnant. We've also seen a lack of transparency, and I note Ms Boyd's comments earlier around having a clear path of clarity, having clarity around what the transition is really important. It was a hard lesson learned in the ACT.
But you would oppose the introduction of an ACT SCOS scheme in New South Wales? We are supportive of tax reform in the ACT. There are some conditions around that the thresholds have to marry, that if you're going to take away stamp duty, that the land tax has to, it has to remain revenue neutral. We haven't seen revenue neutrality in ACT. And in fact, the commercial sector's paid $220 million more than what they paid 10 years ago in commercial taxes. So we haven't had a smooth journey, and something the Chief Minister has actually recognised and put in place a cap on increases to further rate rises to provide that certainty going forward at 3.75%. So that was actually critical after the first sort of 5 to 6 years of seeing 6, 7, 8% increases in rates there, that a cap has been put in place to sort of ease the transition, I suppose, to the broader reform. But the point is you would not like that model introduced here unless those changes are met.
Well, it's around certainty. Yep. It's about knowing what the rate increases are. It's around not having a disproportionate impact on anyone in the market, like the commercial sector.
And that's because, despite the best of intentions from the ACT government when they introduced it, it's always very hard to predict what conditions are likely to be in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years' time, correct?
No, that's right, and that's why you need to constantly be reviewing, and we certainly appreciated the Chief Minister's review of actually putting a cap on those rate increases.
I appreciate that, and look, but under this proposal, effectively, a first-time buyer will have to take on, for good or for ill, choose to accept that uncertainty or not. That's basically the way the system. Yeah,
but I'm certainly conscious that as proposed, there are, a cap. The 4% increase is a cap, essentially. It's been made fairly clear through the announcement that there is what the fee is going to be, the annual fee of $400 plus 0.3% of the land value. I would say very clearly, though, what I've learnt from the ACT is that there is a constant need to review, and particularly in operation post-January. Let's have a look at it, make sure there's an annual review process, and that's something I think is probably missing within the current drafted bill.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you expect property prices to fall if this model is introduced?
I don't think anyone in Australia is expecting property prices to fall. But what I would see is that when you take out impediments like stamp duty, you will see a bring forward of economic activity. Certainly what we saw in the ACT. Anything that brings supply into the market at this point in time is a very welcome move, and certainly acknowledge that that is part of the intention, I think, behind this.
Can I just turn to Business New South Wales? Business New South Wales has been campaigning for this for a long time, that's fair?
Yes, indeed, since 2016.
Yeah, and you've also favoured a greater uses of consumption taxes in place of property taxes in general, correct?
In general, we've called for stamp duty reform, and we've seen it as a partial measure to go towards the really bad problems with affordability, availability, and agility.
My question, Ms. Harding, was in general, you've supported the greater use of consumption taxes in lieu of property taxes?
In general.
Thank you. Can I just talk about the other parts of your submission to last year, if you don't mind?
The March 2021 submission.
Yeah, your March 2021 submission, if that's possible. You made the point that actually we just need more supply as well, in addition to this measure. That's fair characterisation of your position?
I think it's a fair characterisation that this is a complex issue, and supply is part of the problem, but not all of it.
You acknowledge it's a pretty big part of the problem, is it?
It is a part of the problem, yes.
Well, I'm asking you, though, given that completions in New South Wales have fallen from 40,000 per year when this government was elected to 24,000, and look, to be fair to the government, right, it's a complicated time in the last 10 years, but you've made the point, we need planning reform. You would agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that. Planning reform is fundamental, and certainty in planning decision-making is important.
Block the reform.
Ms. Boyd. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of you for your considered opening comments as well. I think just when we look at the consultation process for this, from what I understand, from what you've said already, there was no prior consultation with you in relation to this particular bill.
Yes.
But there was in relation to the much more, the broader
tax reform agenda.
The broader tax reform
yes,
previously. Other than the opt-in aspect of this, are there any other kind of striking similarities between this proposal and the proposal you consulted on before, or is it quite different?
I would describe it as a slimmed-down version of tax reform. I think it's a first step, welcome first step, but it's certainly not as far-reaching as we would have hoped.
You want to comment on that as well, or is
yeah? Look, I would agree that the March 2021 consultation was broad. It looked to commercial. It looked right across the board, and it was a wide catch net of opinions at that time. Being here today, talking about something which is indeed much more definable and narrow.
Were you disappointed that we didn't end up with something much broader being put to the Parliament at the end of such a detailed process?
Well, I think if I just simply reflect on the previous witness, talking about people who are making the last purchase of their lives, their downsizing options, I think there are opportunities to increase mobility across the housing market that perhaps are missed by this. But that being said, it's a first step. That as our commercial members, of course, we would like to see reform in taxation, property taxes there to make us more competitive as a state. Absolutely. And we think tax reform is a key part to that, of course.
Yeah. And I would agree with you. But when you say it's a welcome first step, I guess a step to what? When we don't know what's going to come next. Do you?
Well, I guess putting in place a model on which could be scaled up or diverted to other parts of the market, like the commercial sector or to other purchases. We would like to see a broader ability for the market to be able to opt into this, for example.
Okay, but again, this is so slimmed down that it has no details. So in terms of what it would look like if it was made more broad, how can you, I guess, refer to it as a first step without knowing? Or are you saying that if this was just scaled up to everybody, if this applied to all properties, that would be something you'd be in favour of?
We were hopeful that there was going to be a broader-based tax reform agenda put on the page.
This particular proposal, with these particular rates, the lack of exceptions, the lack of consideration of the commercial sector, etc., but that's not in here. So are you comfortable that if this was scaled up on its current basis, that would satisfy your concerns and your feedback from previous consultation?
Yeah, look, I might answer that in perhaps a slightly different way. Hopefully it'll go some way to answering your question. I represent 90,000 businesses who are members of Business New South Wales, and a recent survey which garnered over 1,100 responses. 62% of businesses felt that this particular move was a good one. Exactly the same number also were keen to see it extended across a broader remit. But I think as an organisation, we would need to judge any extension of this on merit and answer questions at the time, having read the proposition.
Yeah, exactly. Understood. Thank you.
Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. And to Mr Harding, in knowing business, by definition, you must know consumers. And this notion of choice, of course, is integral to how we run a modern, open, free economy. And would you say consumers are better informed now than ever before, especially in the housing market?
People have access to more information than ever before, and certainly more than they did 150 years ago when stamp duty was introduced in Australia.
Yeah, and on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the top, take the case of Mr and Mrs Finlayson living in a Guildford townhouse with one child aged 3, another on the way, and they plan to have a family of 4 or 5. So they've spoken to their mortgage broker, their income level is fine, and they'd like to move to a 4-bedroom home at Oran Park, a bit further out near my way. But obviously stamp duty is a major problem. In looking at this reform and potentially going into the property tax regime, on that scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate their awareness and sophistication of their consumer knowledge and choice?
Very difficult to answer that question.
Have a crack at it.
Well, I'll have a crack at 5, go straight down the middle. But it's very difficult to answer exactly that question. But in general, with access to information out there, more choice is a good thing. We would stand by more choice being a good thing. So for your Mr. and Mrs. Finlayson, I welcome the choice that they now have in front of them.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate our knowledge here, sitting around this table? We've never met Mr. and Mrs. Finlayson. Some people here never been to Guildford. You're under oath. Some people here never been to Warren Park, and never spoken to their mortgage broker. But so arrogantly assuming they can make the choice on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Finlayson by knocking back this bill and denying them any choice at all. What on a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate us for knowing the choice decisions of this family out there in Guildford?
I would say
we're a 0, aren't we?
I would say that we need to give Mr. and Mrs. Finlayson as much choice in their going forward. But I can't comment on how much this panel knows about what's in front of them.
Well, I've been to Guildford and Oran Park. I'm giving myself a 0 because I don't know them or their mortgage broker or their financial circumstances.
No debate.
I think that says it all. Thanks, Chair.
Government.
Thank you very much. Ms Kirsten, I might start with you. Apologies that you've got the short straw of being here today in the acting role and having to answer questions about things that were submitted not under your purview some time ago. But from your experience in the ACT in particular, is there any comparison really between what we've got in front of us today with this bill and the ACT's land tax scheme that's in place?
Not.
Very different schemes, but I think the underlying principles are the same, and that is that stamp duty is an inefficient tax, and moving towards a broader based land tax is certainly what has been the objective in the ACT, and certainly the engagement we've had with the New South Wales Government around what is being trying to be achieved here, which we have been supportive of indeed.
And I know you've got to go back to the ACT and be able to talk to, of course, the ACT Government, but one of the things with the ACT system is there is no choice, isn't there?
There is no choice. And that's right, and that has certainly informed our approach here that this should be a genuine opt-in if this is going to be equitable across the board.
Yeah, whereas this provides an option for stamp duty to be paid as it currently is, and it also provides an option for individuals, depending on their circumstances, to be able to choose a annual property tax instead.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, excellent. And with respect to the questions that came before about the uncertainty that exists within this legislation, now you've talked about the ACT example and the increases that have occurred in the ACT, but there is, of course, under this legislation, a 4% cap. So that is the worst circumstance that anyone could be faced with under this legislation.
I agree, and as I reflected,
if they remain as a owner-occupied.
Yes, I reflected to Mr. Meeker. I think that was a lesson that was hard learned in the ACT and something that the Chief Minister did move to address. We would have to wait until the budget papers came out every year to see how much your rates would go up on the commercial side or the residential side. So certainly our early advocacy from the get-go was have a clear path, a clear transition. Certainly we hit it hard in the ACT, and certainly having those caps in place of no more than 3.75% across residential and commercial have actually, I guess, helped ease and created certainty.
Thank you. And Mr Harding, from Business New South Wales perspective, of course, always been, since 2016, I think, as you outlined, a supporter of a move like this. What are some of the advantages that Business New South Wales sees from a proposal like the one we've got before us today?
Well, I would only speak really on behalf of the feedback that we have from our members who are looking for as little impedance to agility and movement of the workforce, of families, whether that be finding a home in the regions or whether that be buying a new house in the metropolitan areas. Anything which gives choice, anything which frees up those choices and agility of movement, our members would support, and we fully back in our members on this issue.
Thank you, Mr Harding. Harding. And Mr Harding, from the perspective, this of course is a first home buyers package, so this is about first home buyers getting into their first home sooner. Would there be an impact from Business New South Wales perspective in terms of additional construction potentially to cater for that, or would there be a broader economic impact that you see, even if small, because of the small cohort when it comes to this policy?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that's absolutely right. I think where there's extra choice, there's extra movement in the market, and those basically red tape, which makes it more difficult for people to trade up, trade around, and get onto the ladder, will undoubtedly over time have a flow through effect to more housing over time. But I would point out that this is a partial measure in a very complex area, whereas as discussed with Mr Mookie, supply is part of it, on all manner of other issues. But this is a good step. This is a good move to bring agility and movement and choice to a challenged marketplace.
Thank you very much.
If I may add, I think one of the other conditions or predicators that we want to see here is a really watching brief on the impact to housing prices. And I know Productivity Commission did note that there is potential when assistance is given for an assistance spiral to happen, and that you actually see, due to increased demand, the supply not being able to keep up. I think what's good about this measure is that bringing forward that construction activity is certainly something. If the supply can be increased, I think that certainly can counterbalance that impact a little bit.
Thank you very much. And I might just ask a question in the abstract as well. Now, I don't think we've had a witness who's come before us today, but I think they were suggested on the list who had some concerns about potentially inflationary pressures of schemes such as this when it came to the housing market. Just interested in your perspective, Ms Curson, on this point. While this is a very small cohort of 6,000 people, if you were to broaden the scheme, let's say, for instance, to change the first homeowner grant concessions to 1 million or 1.2 million, for instance, would you say that could potentially have an inflationary impact on the property market?
Look, I think we have to tread very carefully with inflation going up to 7.3% and predictions that it's going up further this year. We know interest rates are, not at the end of their rise either. I think all jurisdictions have to take very careful steps at the moment to make sure that policy levers which are pulled are done so in a coordinated and collaborative way, and certainly welcome the federal government's announcement this week around establishing a National Housing Supply and Affordability Council to really make sure that all levels of government are working together on this issue. But to your original point, let's tread carefully, and why I would strongly recommend a review mechanism in this to make sure that we are on track and that we're not having a disproportionate impact on any part of the market here at a very critical time for housing affordability and supply.
Thank you very much. I'll defer to my other colleagues if they've got questions.
Just one. So, Ms Curson, you mentioned about in the ACT how the tax keeps going up. You're aware with the indexation in this particular reform, how it's set to GSP per capita rather than to property prices or land values. Is that something that you can speak to? Because it seems like it's probably fluctuates less.
I note that I was talking generally about the importance of having transparency around any further increases, not that they're going to be very, equally applied as the ACT scheme to New South Wales. So my point was to Ms Boyd's point earlier around importance of having long views to what's going to happen in the future in terms of increases in any tax coming forward. I often say that, the commercial sector in the ACT or in New South Wales, anyone can plan for increases in things, not that we would ever advocate for tax increases, but if you at least know what they are, then you can always factor them into your financial decision making and your feasibility. And what happened in the ACT was it was a bit like, potluck on budget day about, how much you were going to be worse off on an 8 to 10 year commercial lease. And so we were very welcoming around the principle of setting in place caps, but also having a clear lead time about where those reforms and the transition periods that were going to be put in place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attendance today. We do appreciate your time and submissions. That concludes this session, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Now we'll stop and get ready for the next session. We've got 2 people that we need to deal with on WebEx, so we might make sure hear us and vice versa, and then 1 person will be in the room. I might just check while we're setting up in the room. Mr. Coates, can you hear us? You and Mr. Fotheringham. Great, thanks. What luck. And hello, Mr. Buckland.
Hello.
So we will need each of you to welcome everybody. We'll need each of you to state your full name and position title and then swear either an oath or affirmation if you could. And we'll start with you, Mr. Buckland.
My name is Michael Buckland. I'm the CEO of the McKell Institute. And is this the oath here?
Yep.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Fotheringham.
Michael Fotheringham, Managing Director of the Australian Housing Research Institute. Swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Coates.
My name is Brendan Coates. I'm the Economic Policy Program Director at the Grattan Institute. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Each of you are able to make a brief opening statement if you wish. We'll start with you, Mr. Buckland.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start by saying that perhaps a year and a half ago when the property tax proposal was first underway, or consultation was first underway, I was very supportive of the New South Wales Government and what they were trying to achieve. The McKell Institute first published Homes for All, 40 Things We Can Do to Improve Housing Affordability and Supply in 2012, and transitioning away from stamp duty to land tax was one of those. We also published a plan to end stamp duty in 2016, and also Choosing Opportunity, a blueprint for a fairer Australia in 2016. And so I wanted to start with that. I'm also one thing I am pleased about in the legislation as it exists at the moment is the deferral scheme for people who are experiencing some hardship. This was actually proposed in our submission, that you should be able to, if experiencing financial hardship, defer your tax liability to the point at which you sell your home, and that seems to be a recommendation that the New South Wales Government have adopted. However, outside of the sort of positives and the great hope we had originally, we are concerned about the scheme as it currently stands. I think it's been walked back probably so much so that it doesn't achieve a lot of the benefits that it was originally intended to achieve. And I make this point that the way the scheme's developed now, being limited to first home buyers, harks back to something that was said in the 2011 New South Wales financial audit, the Lambert Review, as it's more commonly known, but looking at that first home buyer assistance tends to increase demand for home ownership, tending to increase house prices, particularly for first home buyer properties. And also when it talks about specifically ending stamp duty, that there is no evidence that concessions help in purchasing property. And so there are a few concerns under this proposal that I think need to be looked at. I want to make one point in the opening statement. I will try and keep this as quick as I can, but that the key benefit of transitioning to a land tax proposal is actually in the allocation benefit of price. So pricing has two key economic benefits, allocation and rationing. And in terms of allocation, that really requires a broad number of people to be subject to the same tax rules. In terms of rationing, that's not the key benefit to this proposal. It's not going to, and we've tried to find evidence that it would reduce house prices under the former scheme or this one, and in the long run that may be the case. But in the short run, the proposal will increase purchasing power for some buyers and therefore have an increase in price, push up prices, albeit possibly very small amount depending on the take-up of the scheme. The other thing I'm concerned about is the timing, given that we do have a land tax scheme in New South Wales. It's called council rates, and we do have rising interest rates at the moment. And I think that is just something that this committee, given they're addressing the issues to do with the report, should be looking to seek to address that in one way. And the final point I'd make, which is that one of the things we've noticed when we tried to look at this ahead of the hearing, although I think we're still in early stages given the speed of the hearing, but is that this is not a new proposal. So in the 1990s, there was a proposal where you could defer, your first home buyers could defer their stamp duty and pay it back over a 5-year period. Now, the only difference between this scheme and that scheme is that this scheme is for a longer period of time, but arguably at a lower price, and that scheme was not. And then you have, I think, an interesting point in the politics of all this, which is political leaders of both sides, both major parties, criticising and supporting that scheme at various times. So I'll make the point that for instance, when the idea was proposed in 2015, that the Treasurer, Andrew Constance, had said stamp duty will then be slugged on you every month when you can least afford it. And formerly, when Michael Egan was the Treasurer in 1998, he made the point that only 25% of first home buyers took up the scheme, and that it created a financial trap, his words, not mine, with almost 48% of them in arrears. And so while I haven't had a chance to look at that scheme in its entirety, I think that if we're trying to give recommendations to this committee, having a proper review of that scheme, given we're replicating something very similar, should be undertaken before it's legislated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fotheringham. Did you want to make a brief opening statement?
I'll keep it very brief given timing. Huri's published research over many years looking at a range of issues that touch on stamp duty, and a common finding is that stamp duty is a barrier to home ownership and is a clumsy mechanism these days that really should be removed. So we're broadly supportive of the intention of this legislation. Removing stamp duty will improve mobility, will improve land use efficiency, productivity, and a range of other benefits that have been detailed in our previous advice and submissions. The principle of choice is an important one, and we certainly support that. I guess we have some concern around the limitation to just first home buyers, but would encourage the provision being made in the legislation to review it regularly, to take evidence of what is the impact of this legislation, both for continuing work within New South Wales, but also other jurisdictions who are looking at similar legislative reform, and to be able to inform that work across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coates.
Thank you very much. Like Ryan, like Michael, Grattan has done a lot of work looking at stamp duty over time. It is essentially probably the most costly state tax in existence, and moving away from it would have big benefits. The challenges to that transition have always been around, people who had recently purchased a home paying land stamp duty and whether they'd been slugged paying land tax. Long-time owners that currently sit outside the tax net, so if you're currently paying stamp duty, once you've paid it, you don't have to contribute to the tax net again, for 30, 40 years while you own that home. And they're asset-rich income poor households. And, as Ryan pointed out, there is a scheme in place to allow deferrals, so that shouldn't be such a problem. The problem we have here, though, is what the New South Wales government is proposing is allowing people to choose between stamp duty and land tax. That is one of the ways in which you can make that transition from stamp duty to land tax take place, because you relax a lot of those political constraints because you allow people to make that choice. I think the fundamental flaw with the legislation as it's currently set up, though, is that in any model of an opt-in model, which is what New South Wales has put forward, is that once someone has chosen to opt for land tax for that property rather than stamp duty, a future purchaser, when they sell that property, should no longer have the right to choose again. Because that is the only way in which you start to gradually see properties in the housing market transition away from stamp duty into land tax under the kind of opt-in model that the government is seeking to implement here in a very limited form, and has been the subject of inquiries from the Federal Financial Relations Review and others. And so ultimately, I think it leaves us not really with a reform that's about stamp duty, because it leads us into a cul-de-sac where essentially people get the choice. Once they've made that choice, the next person gets to make the same choice about choosing between stamp duty and land tax. So I wouldn't characterise this as really being a stamp duty reform. This is really another way of assisting first home buyers into the market, not that dissimilar to some of the things like first home buyers grants. The main effect of those in a long set of research is that they tend to raise prices, they tend to be counterproductive. And I would classify this legislation as falling into the same boat. And the thing I would urge the committee to consider with powers that it has in the Parliament is the number one thing that would need to change the legislation for it to meaningfully take us on the pathway to stamp duty reform would be that once someone has opted a property to be a land tax property rather than a stamp duty property, that future buyers would not have that right to opt for stamp duty again. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Can I firstly just place on my record the appreciation for the work that all three organisations have done. I've read all the McKell reports, I've read the Hohuri submissions, and I've read Mr Coates' works, and I appreciated and very much enjoyed your Henry George lecture as well, Mr Coates, as well.
Serious thing.
As well. But Mr Buckland, I might start with you. You made the point around timing. Real wages are currently falling, is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to the current outbreak of inflation, which to be fair, we're not blaming the government entirely for it, wages growth in New South Wales has been falling each year, every year since 2012, that's correct?
Wages growth has been falling. Real wages haven't fallen every year. They've fallen more recently. Wage growth has? Wage growth has, yes.
And just going from 2015 onwards, it's the case that property prices have exceeded, property price growth in the New South Wales land tax base has exceeded real wage growth by about 2.5 times on average. That's correct. So we find ourselves in a situation where that's what's happened previously, but you made the point that you're concerned about interest rates rising?
Yes.
And you're concerned, I can presume you are concerned about real wages not growing?
Yes.
And so should we find ourselves introducing this system at this point in time, it will have a cost of living impact on the people who are in it, correct? And that will have to be financed from their disposable income, that's correct?
Yes.
And that's because fundamentally at its core, we are taxing a non-income earning asset, correct?
Yes.
So that does require them to have to subsidise it from their other forms of household income.
Yes.
And so should we find ourselves in a situation where the system is introduced next year, regardless of its merits, it's not a good time to be introducing a system like this, would you agree?
No, not this current system. If you were doing a broader system where everyone was looking at transferring to stamp duty, then maybe. But the current system is going to push up house prices. People will use the choice to get a larger loan so that they can get their property, which will give them greater debt at a time when interest rates are rising.
Transferring to stamp duty.
And when you're making that point, you're agreeing with the AMP chief economist who said that this has got the potential to push up prices?
Yes.
And you're agreeing with the tax partner at BDO, Fadi Abdullah, who also says that as any upfront duty savings are likely to be offset by increased purchase prices?
Yes.
And you're agreeing with Core Logic, who says the new land tax doesn't seem to be addressing much of the affordability issues in New South Wales housing?
Yes.
And you're agreeing with the Chartered Accountants Institute, which says that with all levels of government needing funds to finance services and debt, governments relying heavily on the taxation of land, there may be pressure to increase rates?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you support the tax, though, a broad-based land tax?
I support a transition to a broad-based land tax.
And the only way in which these effects may be mitigated in the long term is if we apply this to everybody?
Yes.
And absent us applying it to everybody, basically we're running all the risks, but we're not getting the benefits. Is that fair characterisation?
I'd say that's very fair, yeah.
Okay, great. And can I just, before I move beyond the McKell
it's a pantomime.
Grattan, can I just ask?
Yeah, order. Let's continue with the questions. We don't have a lot of time.
We need to pair it with supply growth, don't we?
Absolutely.
And in fact, the way in which we make housing more affordable is to actually make more homes, correct?
I'd say there's a housing and a demand component, and we've focused heavily on demand when we propose changes to stamp duty and to negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions. But housing supply is also a key issue.
And you made the point around tax reform in terms of affordability, that any such reform here has to be pursued in conjunction with federal tax reform, correct?
Yes.
And my party's lost 2 elections on that principle
our party
as well.
It's our party, isn't it?
Yeah.
You too?
Actually, technically, I'm not sure if that's true, but it might be. But the only point is that we also now find ourselves in a position with the state government going unilaterally without any even a federal financing agreement to assist with transition, let alone any reform to federal tax settings, means we're not really likely to realise any benefit. That's correct?
Well, I haven't heard of any federal proposal to join with this scheme.
Can I just turn to Grattan? Mr. Coates, again, I really do appreciate your advocacy for broad-based land tax reform. It has been really helpful in terms of developing thinking. I just want to turn to the parts that you made the point around in your Henry George lecture. You nominated 6 settings that needed to be done in order for there to be a meaningful impact, or that's thereabouts, that's correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and you made the point effectively that we need to build more homes. That's fair? That's one of them?
Yes, that's correct.
And you made the point that you also favour scaling back federal tax benefits that encourage, you actually said that abolishing negative gearing and capital gains tax discount. That's 2 of the reforms?
Would have a modest effect on prices, that's correct.
Yeah, and you made the point as well that we actually need incentives for states to build more homes, which is itself, to be fair, I don't think states need incentives, I think there should be, but you basically also made the point we need supply growth.
I made the point that there are incentives needed for states to relax planning rules, which would allow more housing to be constructed, particularly in Sydney.
Yeah, and you've also favoured the introduction of rezoning uplift taxes, that's fair?
That's correct.
And you've also made the point that we need to encourage institutional investment in the renting market by adjusting land tax, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, in respect to land tax as it applies to renters, it's a better reform, wouldn't it be, to allow us effectively the only case for a sort of any form of a flat tax in the land tax system is to allow institutional investors to aggregate land holdings without being punished financially, correct?
That's correct, because the aggregation provisions are what prevent institutional investors from investing in rental housing because they lose too much of the rental yield through higher land taxes.
But and the other point which you made, which I felt was very persuasive, was we need to build more social housing. And you made that point very aggressively, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in respect to the revenue loss that results from this reform, which is about 776 million in the first 4 years and 900 afterwards, in the 5 years after, it works out to be about 1.5 billion over the next decade, which, apart from creating structural issues for the budget, which may be good or may be bad, depending on your perspective, that could have built a lot of social housing, couldn't it?
Yes, you could use that funding for other purposes.
Thank you. Can I just turn to the Hoorie research, which again I really appreciated, both in the submission that you made to us today as well as the submission that you made before. But you also made the point, broadly speaking, that there is a risk that this could increase property prices, certainly if not paired with supply growth.
I don't know that we did make that point, but yeah, that is a possibility.
Okay.
Ms. Wood.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to each of you for your for all of your work and your considered comments. I think I might just start with you, Mr. Buckland, because you're right there. I think we can all agree this is not a bit of legislation that is. It's not a transition. Reform. It's not. We're not talking. This particular bill does not do anything in terms of a transition from stamp duty to land tax.
That's right. There's no plans to expand it.
So, from the perspective of the Greens, we're very much in favour of a broad based transition, but we are also very, very aware of housing affordability concerns. So these are the 2 things that we are trying to balance. In terms of the overall impact of this on housing affordability in the state, is it neutral? Will it make housing affordability worse or make it better, in your view?
So there's 2 things to consider. One is the difference between house prices and housing affordability. So I'll start with prices because affordability includes things like the tax and upfront costs. So house prices, it's going to depend on the uptake of the scheme, but it would only have it would only put upward pressure on prices. The reason being that anything that increases purchasing power without any other effect, such as decreasing the purchasing power of someone else, or changing supply, doesn't have any. It only puts upward pressure. So on that side, for first home buyers, again, it depends on the uptake of the scheme. With the upfront cost, it's likely to. There's theoretically that they would decrease the costs up front, so because of stamp duty, but what we've found is that they're going to take larger loans that's what they're going to use the additional money for. So people are notoriously bad about factoring in future value changes. It's why there's a lot of there's a lot of concerns about, and I've even heard it at this committee, about stability or future certainty. And so I'd agree with that.
So when you're looking at housing affordability, though, is it first homeowners that where you would target if you were trying to increase the affordability as a whole of housing in New South Wales?
To change housing affordability, we need to put downward pressure on prices as a whole. We know that most people are going to move out of their first home within a couple years. They're going to increase in size. We also know that we need to make it easier for people to downsize as well.
Yep.
Those are all the reasons why we supported the original proposal and left a little bit unsure about the one in front of us.
Thank you, and I'll direct this one at you, Mr. Coates, just to share it around. I have a particular concern about an imminent financial crisis, or basically the drying up of credit in the housing market as we go into the next couple of years. Do you think that this proposal, in light of that, is going to make it easier or harder for people to get the finance they need to buy a house?
That's a good question. I think it depends on who you are. So if you're someone who is currently the 20% deposit to not have to pay lender's mortgage insurance is currently the constraint, and this takes away, the fact that you may have to have an extra $40,000, $50,000 in a deposit, then potentially it could make it easier for some of that group. Now, obviously, there's the house price effects that other people have talked about as well. That will offset that to a degree. So for some people, it may make it easier where the deposit is the constraint. For other people for whom loan serviceability is the constraint, so essentially the bank is asking them, assessing their ability to repay the loan out of their income, and there are prudential standards around that, then it could make it for other people harder, because obviously if they choose the stamp duty versus the land tax, if they're paying the land tax, then that's an ongoing expense. But the point I would note is that people get to choose, right? So people will probably sort themselves into the cohort that probably best suits or best maximises their ability to access finance and purchase a home.
Thank you.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. To Dr. Fotheringham, I'm interested in the data you've got on page 3 of your submission about people who are downsizing lose 10% of their equity. Have you got any data on the flip side of that, people upsizing in advance, and because of stamp duty, say they're planning to raise a family and they'd like to move into a house to accommodate a couple of kids, but because of stamp duty they think, oh no, well we can't further upsize down the track, we better just do it all in one big hit right now and get an even bigger house and fill the bedrooms later on. Have you got any data or estimates on how much extra investment goes into those upsizing ventures that, is part of the reason why in a city like Sydney we have many more bedrooms than people?
We don't have specific data detailing that sort of leapfrog decision that you're describing, but look, anecdotally, I think that is a reasonably accurate description. I mean, people do tend to look at purchases for houses for the household configuration they're anticipating over a number of years, not just their immediate needs when making a purchase. I guess, in some ways that's the distinction between the housing people choose when they're renting and the housing they choose to purchase, is they're thinking longer term with the purchase. But no, we don't have specific data to evidence that leapfrog decision.
Right, but it could be of the same order, couldn't it? 10%, probably a bit more. Is that an estimate that's reasonable?
I mean, it's a little hard to speculate. There's too many different scenarios in that to put a number on it.
Okay, and Mr. Buckland, can I ask you, were you involved in the earlier McKell Institute research, the Treasury progress paper on the bigger reform that said that there's a net positive effect on housing affordability?
Yes, so that's the difference.
Mr. Crosby?
No, that was myself.
That was yourself?
The distinction between house prices and housing affordability for first-home buyers.
Yeah, well, on that point you made about house prices, is there, say you take supply
as being fixed, all other things being equal. Is there any way of getting more people into the housing ownership market without having a short-term upward impact on prices?
Yes, you can offset it by having encouraging people to either downsize or get rid of investment properties.
Well, that's what this reform does, doesn't it? Downsizing makes it easier because you don't have to pay stamp duty up front.
Oh, if
the bigger reform,
the bigger reform, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
And earlier on, you said that people are notoriously bad at failing to factor in future value changes. When in the long history of Sydney has that ever been the case?
I don't know an example that's specific to Sydney, but we know through insurance claims, through uptake of insurance, people underestimate the likelihood of bad events happening and are poor at planning out financial. There's a reason why we have the superannuation system, which is compulsory savings, for instance.
Well, you said housing value changes, didn't you? You weren't talking about bad incidents.
No,
the whole history of Sydney is upward movement in house and property prices and people riding that cycle to a fair bit of success, isn't it?
I mean, not everyone. There was a downturn in 2019 and also right now there's a downturn in house prices.
Government.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr Buckland, just in terms of the argument you made in terms of people will move the stamp duty price across to effectively their size of their mortgage, wouldn't that be impacted by the loan serviceability, the fact that there is actually an assessment that is undertaken on how much they can pay each year and that this would be factored into that?
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
So that would actually be a downward pressure in terms of any inflationary pressure that would exist in the market?
Well, what we look at, though, is the difference from the status quo. And so people would pick, as my colleagues have said here, people would pick whatever is going to maximise their purchasing power, hence the upward pressure on prices. Is that
but you're going to see more people who are able to actually buy a home in the market, is that correct?
You're going to see
from this proposal, you would see more people who'd be able to buy a home. Being able to take the choice, and as you were talking about before, in terms of people who are actually in that position of not being able to save for the deposit at this stage, that they would be able to elect to take this proposal at that stage and be able to get into the first home market sooner.
Yes, so there'll be a cohort that bring forward their purchase, and then after that it will go back to a nil effect.
Okay.
So there will be people who bring it forward. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And in terms of that as well, those people who bring their property forward, and to Mr Latham's point about the history of the Sydney property market, irregardless of what may be happening this financial year or what may have happened in 2019, on average property prices have tended to increase each and every year.
That's right.
Correct? So on that basis, their purchasing power would be eroded if they had to wait another 2 years to save for their deposit.
Yeah, depending on their income, yes.
And so in terms, and that's partly why the McKell Institute has advocated for a broad-based land tax scheme in the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And just to pick up in terms of your characterisation of this proposal and the like, and your advocacy, I note, and in past reports for a move to a broad-based land tax scheme, would you characterise this proposal in front of us as a tax on every single home forever, like Chris Minns has?
If it would be a tax on some homes forever if you stayed into it, but no, that's probably not how I'd describe it.
And Mr Buckland as well, in terms of individuals and their first step on the property ladder, would you see that people who would be opting into this program would be people who would likely probably transition out of that property for another property in the medium term at least?
I couldn't tell. It goes to first home buyers however long they would stay in their homes.
But those, seeing that there is a choice available, that those who would, for instance, buying their forever home would be more likely to choose to pay stamp duty and to pay that upfront cost now, who were able to pay it, and those who potentially were looking at transitioning out, let's say, for instance, buying a one-bedroom apartment and then looking at their home for the future, would be more likely to come onto this scheme and then come out of this scheme within, let's say, 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, they may choose to do that, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Just to Mr Farlow's point, so I think before you said that we know that most people are... I think you said before that when we're talking about first home buyers that we know that most people are going to move out in the first few years. So if play out the figures. So say a first home buyer is buying an apartment for $830,000. They pay stamp duty of around $32,000 in the current system. They would have an annual amount of, let's say, about $1,200 if they opted for the land tax scenario. You're looking at sort of well over 20 years before that break-even point. So surely the vast majority of first homeowners in that scenario would be better off opting for the land tax.
Well, I think it's
they're going to sell their property well before the 20-year or 25-year break-even point.
If you're planning on selling it sooner, then yes, you would opt for that option. Yeah, of course you would.
But where we're talking about first homeowners, so we're talking about a large cohort of people where the first home that they buy isn't the home, for the vast majority of people, that they're going to live in forever. They buy a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment to start with, and they buy their 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom house later. So it's, to the vast majority, it would be beneficial.
So if you are going to stay into it less, and I'm not sure the numbers of the number of years at which point it breaks even, you're going to offset some of that through an increase in price, but not all of it, very likely. So yeah, it depends. People who are going to live in it for a shorter period of time will be better off. People who live in their home for a longer period of time will be worse off. That's the equation.
But they have the choice. So if you know that you're buying a 4 or 5 bedroom house, you're going to live in it for your forever home, you're going to be there for 20 or 30 years, you could choose to pay the stamp duty. No one's going to force you to pay the land tax. You can pay the stamp duty. But if you're buying a 1-bedroom apartment or a 2-bedroom apartment and you know you're only going to live in it for a couple of years and then you're going to upsize later on when you have a family, you're far better off opting for the land tax scenario. So you're better off in that situation. Isn't that the benefit of the proposed reform?
Yes, the choice makes it a benefit for them. But I want to make the point that actually I think Brendan made earlier. When you consider this as a first home buyer initiative, it's very different to a broad-based proposal. Getting rid of the current concessions for stamp duty or transfer duty also have those same kind of effects. Who doesn't have a choice are people who aren't first home buyers, who will still see their house prices go up, but who won't have the same choice, and hence the preference from our point of view to give everyone the choice, but then to lock it in rather than to have it done as a sort of single cohort for just this small group of people.
Okay, but given Labor have indicated that they want to see first home buyers pay no stamp duty, wouldn't you say that that would also have an inflationary impact on house prices?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Buckland, you mentioned earlier in a response to one of Mr. Mookie's questions that you expect prices to rise. What size rise were you talking about in that response, and does the McKell Institute have access to modelling?
We have done modelling over the years, not on this proposal in time for this hearing, so I don't want to give you a specific number. All I'd say is that it's going to entirely depend on the uptake. If no one takes up the proposal, then it's going to have a very small impact on prices. If lots of people take up the proposal, then it's going to have a large impact on prices.
Depends on what choices are made. I guess I'll ask Treasury later on in the afternoon. They've done modelling on this specific policy, and they say it'll have a marginal impact, so I'll come to them later.
That's what we would expect, a marginal impact in the short term, yeah. Well, I would say that probably sounds about reasonable. I'm not saying 10%. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes this session. We appreciate your attendance. Thank you to those of you online. The committee will now break and we will return at 2:15. Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon's session for the inquiry. Welcome, Professor. If I can start by asking you to state your full name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. It should be in front of you.
Sure, thank you. My name's Nicole Gurrin. I'm Professor of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Sydney. And I'll just make my affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. You are welcome to make a brief opening statement if you wish.
Okay, sure. Look, thanks very much for the invitation to be here this afternoon. I am, as I said, I'm a Professor of Urban and Regional Planning. My research expertise is on housing and housing affordability and the intersections between housing affordability and the planning system. I've worked on a series of projects for research organisations such as the Australian Urban and Housing Research Institute, and I and colleagues have done a wealth of research over a 20-year period of time. And although I haven't focused specifically on researching the ins and outs of stamp duty versus land tax reform, I've certainly kept a keen, interested eye on the way that different international jurisdictions, for instance, approach issues around housing affordability and indeed the different tax regimes. And I've followed the Australian Research Limited, though it may be. So I thought maybe I will. I apologise, I haven't had the time to prepare a written statement, and I understand my appearance here is more for Q&A purposes if there's anything that a member of the research community can offer to assist the committee. But I thought I might, drawing on my research and sort of the work of my colleagues, just very, very briefly cover a couple of key points. Look, the first is this is quite a small scheme, you know, in relation to concerns about housing affordability. But that said, as a housing affordability measure, or even as a measure that aims to increase home ownership and first home ownership, I would say it's likely to have limited impact. It may benefit people who are first home buyers who are purchasing properties that are costing more than $800,000 per year and therefore are ineligible for the full stamp duty relief available in New South Wales. Now, that will be a small subset of people. I'm not sure if modelling has been made available to the committee, but I imagine that is a fairly, small subset per year. We would put that against, for instance, the 335,000 households in New South Wales who, according to the last year's census data, are paying more than 30% of their income on rent and therefore are in rental stress. It's unlikely that the first home buyers who might potentially benefit from this scheme are actually in rental stress. But that said, it does address an important component of first home ownership, and that is the deposit gap. So for that subset of potential first home buyers, their home purchase may be brought forward. And this is what the research evidence shows, is that demand side measures, so anything that makes it easier to get into the property market for first home buyers, is more likely to bring forward a purchase rather than be the difference between them entering home ownership at all. And that brings us to some of the potential risks associated with the scheme as I understand it right now, and at this particular point in time, a point in the market cycle when house prices are cooling already and are expected to cool further, and mortgage costs, so the costs of housing affordability associated with home purchase, are anticipated to rise. So we would ask whether there is any urgency associated with bringing forward first home buyer purchases at this particular point in the cycle. There are risks, of course, as with any demand side measure, and particularly demand side measures that target first home buyers. There are risks that that additional money is capitalised into house prices, and we know already that there is still intense competition at the bottom, bottom, if we can call it $1 million property at the bottom of the housing market. But we know that there is already high competition at that level, so there is a risk that the scheme may bolster prices at that point. And of course, there is that risk that I mentioned associated with shifting the affordability burden from upfront to actually the home purchase period of time, so your annual repayments. And that is actually where, over the next cycle, where the housing affordability pressures are most likely to bite in Australia. Those are around mortgage repayment stress. And when we add to that an annual land tax bill that would at least be the equivalent to an additional month's mortgage repayment, there are certainly risks.
I'm going to open it up to questions shortly.
Yes, let's open it up.
Yeah.
Look, my other remarks, if you want to question me on them, would be about more generally the potential positives of moving to land tax as opposed to stamp duty collection more widely. Positives and risks, and of course what we should be doing if we were really concerned about both home purchase affordability for first home buyers, particularly those who actually aren't likely to get into the market without some specific assistance, as well as more broadly what we might do for those $335,000 rental householders in stress.
Thank you. So I'll open it up to questions, and we'll start with the opposition.
Thank you, Professor, for your appearance today. I have actually very much enjoyed reading a lot of your writing as well. So I just wanted to post on the record our appreciation for that, which sort of is where I get a lot of my questions from. Can I just ask you very quickly, how many first-time buyers do purchase a property of $1.5 million?
That's a question I would ask the committee. I'm just wondering whether you've been presented that type of modelling. I'm not able to access that level of fine-grained detail. The ABS data is giving us a number last month of about 2,000 first-home buyers in New South Wales, but I'm not able to tell you, what purchase price.
But for a first-home buyer to buy a $1.5 million property, well, good luck to them, but it's not common, is it?
Well, as I said, you need to actually ask for the modelling on that. There may be more detailed data.
Can I just...
But they're certainly not the group that we would target for housing assistance from a policy perspective.
Yeah, fair enough. That's sort of, I guess, the point. Can I just ask you a couple of questions? Firstly, look, you've written about, and your expertise is in the interaction of the planning systems and housing affordability. Basically, we need a form of inclusion rezoning, don't we?
Well, we do if we want to shift from demand-side measures to supply-side measures. So we hear a lot about housing supply as being the solution to housing affordability, and actually it is, but it's a very specific type of housing supply, and it's not the supply that we've achieved over the past 5 years and the million-odd homes that have been produced by the market, although that's very, very important. It's making sure that a significant proportion of those new homes are affordable to people who are missing out, teachers, nurses, etc. It's not meaning, and when we talk about inclusionary zoning, which is just a requirement that as part of all new development, we make sure that some of the homes are affordable to, moderate income earners. It doesn't mean the developers pay for it. It's just making sure that they're coming in at a price point that's
And these
affordable.
are the policies that exist in London at 40%. In New York, they've been introduced at 30%, I think, of new developments. That's correct?
Look, it'll depend on jurisdiction by jurisdiction and sometimes site by site, but your point, which is that a broad-based inclusionary zoning approach is standard internationally, and particularly when we talk about large development, housing releases, that's absolutely sound. South Australia, 15%.
Yeah. Can I just, 2 points, two other issues I wanted to cover. You did make the point around housing supply as being a part of the solution, but it's actually, as you persuasively argue, you can increase supply, it doesn't necessarily result in increasing affordability. But you have written that in New South Wales, other states have increased supply faster than New South Wales has. I think you said from the period of 2005 to 2015, that's correct?
That sounds right, yeah.
But since 2015, the rate of new supply growth in New South Wales has dropped pretty dramatically.
No, it
Greater Sydney, sorry.
increased dramatically, that's right.
In Greater Sydney, the data that's published by the Planning Department...
You can finish the question.
The data that's published by the Planning Department shows that completions in Greater Sydney, to be fair, like I just want to be clear about what the data is, shows that the completions from 2017, 42,000 down to 24. Now, I accept that's COVID, right, as well, and we're not putting all that blame. It's a very complicated environment over the last 5 years. But we're actually, the rate of completions, we're falling back to sort of towards decade low as well in New South Wales, at least in Greater Sydney, according to the data that the DPIE has published. Like, we need an all-of-above solution, don't we? Effectively.
Sure, and I'd have to have a look at the data that you're referring to.
It's on the UDB dashboard.
Yeah, there are definitely issues, and I'd have to look very closely. But one of the completions is a really, really good indicator. But the really critical indicator when it comes to supply pipelines and also supply constraints is actually approvals.
Yes.
And if we look at where approvals have been tracking up until COVID, certainly historic levels, historically high levels of approvals, indicating no real constraints.
Or from a planning perspective.
From a planning perspective. Other constraints associated with financing and affordability affect completions, which is probably your point.
Yes, that is my point. Yes.
We do need a holistic solution, and we particularly, in my view, need a solution to smooth out the peaks and troughs of the housing market, where we get a ramp up in housing supply, which we saw, in the lead up to 2006, and then it fell off in New South Wales because house prices moderated and started to fall. So we actually didn't get that demand side stimulus to increase new housing production. We're heading back into that period, and the only way to smooth that out is actually to look across the housing system at how we can support more affordable housing development that will continue despite peaks and troughs in the property market.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor, for coming in today. And I too have enjoyed your articles. One of your articles was talking about the obvious, fact that supply and demand in the housing market is clearly not the same as, and I think you said supply and demand for bananas, as an essential item or an essential good. Housing doesn't necessarily, or the housing market doesn't necessarily follow the same rules, and it's not as simple as just supply versus demand. What else is getting in the way, do you think, from a market's perspective, of housing affordability?
Yeah, look, there's a big, maybe we should just address the bananas analogy, and that is that the housing market is different to the market for fruit and vegetables, and the biggest difference is that houses are a financial asset that, in a way that bananas are not. You eat bananas when there's too many of them, that can be composted away. Houses actually are very large, they're costly to produce, but people can invest money in them, and their investment value is equal or greater than their actual use value. And so that's where, not only in Australia but throughout the world, that's why housing systems have become so unequal, because the value of that asset has grown so exponentially relative to the use value and relative to people's wages. And that's been fueled mostly by cheap money, which we've seen. The cheaper it is to invest in that asset with low interest rates, the more people are able to do so. So to change things, we need to look more at how we at least make sure that our housing system is providing enough homes for people to live in, as well as, the
Before
people who might want to invest.
People investing and using it as a commodity.
That's right. And the way to do that is just to make sure we've got more social and affordable housing providers in the system, as well as different products that can cater to people in different income levels.
So the bill before us and the sort of limited proposal before us, I think, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but I think there's a lot of people, myself included, saying this is not a tax reform, really. This is not a stamp duty to land tax transition. This is another form of helping first home buyers to buy their first home. If it's not that, and it's not, I guess, there's been some discussion about, is it a housing affordability measure? In your view, does this bill increase make housing affordability better in the state in any material way?
No, as I said at the outset, I think this is not to damn the proposal. I think it's a modest proposal, and I actually do think it is very valid to look at barriers to first home purchase. I just don't think it's very well targeted, and I don't think it's an overall housing affordability measure.
So if we looked at, can I just check I've got the rest of the crossbench time? Yeah, cool. If we look at the 1.6 billion forecast expense of this over the next 10 years, on the assumption that that this is a standalone program and no further programs come into place, because who knows what the next government will do. If you had 1.6 billion over 10 years to address housing affordability in New South Wales, what would you spend it on that would actually have some evidence behind it as increasing, as improving housing affordability?
Well, look, the evidence is that investing in social and affordable housing is the best way to alleviate the affordability pressures faced by those who are most in housing need. And so, yes, I would be looking at models that support new construction, actually, because we need new construction of social and affordable housing. And there are a variety of ways that can be done. And when we think about the continuum of housing need and the continuum of people who are missing out at the moment, with first home buyers on moderate incomes and some even higher income first home buyers also unable to get into the market unassisted, through to people at the bottom end of the scale. I do think first home buyers warrant some specific policy intervention, but it might not need to be costed. It might not need to have a big government subsidy behind it. It might be some policy reform linking an affordable first home purchase, for instance, to an inclusionary zoning measure that simply says, some of these homes in this development need to come in at a modest price, $800,000. You're not going to lose money on building a new home at $800,000, and that needs to be earmarked for a first home buyer, for instance. You could even have a shared equity scheme around that. Again, not spending your $1.6 billion, but actually using your policy powers. Your $1.6 billion goes towards making sure we're getting new supply that we might not have otherwise had in the system, and targeting that. The sort of first home buyer measures, we've had a form of those in place for many years. When we introduced the stamp duty exemptions in the first place, I guess, do we have data of what that did at the time for housing affordability overall? I'm not aware of data on that. All we know is that when there are time-limited demand-side measures that help first home buyers, it's tending to bring forward their purchases, and then we see when those measures ending, so we can see the sudden drop now in first home buyer activity. If we look at the latest ABS data, we can see that drops off. And when we look over time and we ask, are there more first home buyers, or are there more people in home ownership than would have been, the evidence implies that they haven't made the difference of getting people into the market versus not.
Thank you.
Sorry, just before we go to the government, my fault, we messed up the timing by a minute, so I'll just go back to the opposition for a minute and a half and then we'll come to the government. My bad.
Look, the only other question I had, Professor, was you made the point around the timing of its introduction at a time when there's an expectation of additional mortgage stress as interest rates climb. You're aware that we had reports of the weekend that interest rate rises are likely to cost the average mortgage holder of New South Wales first home buyer in New South Wales $2,100 extra by February next year?
I have read the newspaper reports.
And that's assuming that the cash rate doesn't go beyond 3.35%, which is itself difficult right now for anyone to have any certainty around. But in essence, what this is doing, this system is it's inviting a person to make a choice about whether or not, and to effectively have to, not gamble, but take a bet about whether or not they think into the future. Interest rate savability, they can pay the interest rates, they can pay the land tax, their wages will grow in time for them to cover it should there be any shock in respect to those first two. In effect, we're transferring risk onto a person to have to make these choices if we were to implement a system that had these variables. Is that fair?
Look, I wouldn't make a comment on that. It's not something that I do active research on, actually, as the level of householder risk. I'm more interested in the question, can a particular policy measure be targeted and is it making a difference overall? And that's sort of where I'd be able to say there's evidence.
Most people don't earn an income from their home.
Sorry?
Most people do not earn an income from their home, correct? And so as a result of us introducing a tax on a non-income earning asset, we require them to use their income to subsidise and pay that tax. That's fair.
I'm not going to disagree with you. It's just we're moving into an area where I haven't, personally done research. I could undertake to look at the research evidence on it, but I wouldn't disagree with what you're saying.
Government.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor, for being here this afternoon. The intention of the government's policy is obviously to make it easier for first home buyers to get into the market, to get that all-important first step on the ladder. In your opinion, does this policy and this framework achieve those outcomes that we've set out to achieve?
Well, for the very limited cohort of people who aren't currently who aren't currently eligible, making a purchase that would make them eligible for the existing discount, and who are in a position to purchase an expensive home at this point in the market, then yes, it may enable them to bring forward that purchase by some years, potentially.
And do you see it as an issue if they were to make this choice, should this bill be enacted into law? Do you see it as an issue if a first home buyer were to then potentially in 5, 7, 8 years' time trade up and then exchange and possibly pay less in that annual land tax versus?
No, I actually don't. I'm quite neutral. I mean, the framework that I would use to analyse government intervention in the housing system focuses on how much subsidy, we're providing and whether we're targeting that subsidy and whether we're making a difference. And for people who are in a position to exercise choice in the housing market and who aren't currently stressed, paying too much on their rent, etc., I see that as a lower priority for government intervention or financial assistance. But I don't think it's, I think that the potential for particular households to spend less money overall on housing taxes, maybe that is a benefit for that particular household. I wouldn't disagree with that.
And so would you agree that it would get either a couple or a single person into a home much sooner than otherwise if they were having to save up for stamp duty plus potentially see a market?
It could bring forward a home purchase decision for people who are looking at a sector of the market that is probably out of reach for your average single person and couple.
And are you across the shared equity scheme that we're also proposing?
I've had a look at it, yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Look, actually, I think shared equity can be a really good scheme. My reservations are both that the shared equity scheme, both at the Commonwealth level and, as I understand, the state level, although there may be more details to be released, is that shared equity schemes work best, in my view, when they are targeted to new supply and new and affordable housing supply, because that way we are linking up our, policy capacity to make sure that we include affordable homes as part of new development, which should be happening anyway, but it doesn't. We can link that up with a shared equity model that may, in that way, end up costing much, much less for government.
Thank you.
And we can target that shared equity model as well to reach people on lower levels of the income scale as well and get them into ownership.
Thanks.
What's the median house price in Sydney? I think it's around $1 million, is it?
Maybe it's less now. We'd have to ask one of the real estate agent reporters. Yeah, it was hovering at 950, but the pundits might be slicing, I don't know, 5% off that every day.
I think median's around $1 million. But anyway, so you would say though that if someone who is buying a property at 1.5 million in Sydney, they're hardly super rich. Just to point to Mookie's line of questioning from before about
what world do you live in that 1.5 million isn't expensive?
Okay, continue with the question.
It's hardly a huge amount of money by Sydney standards. 1.5 million is what I'm getting at.
Look, I'd just go back to the earlier point that I made, which is from a framework of understanding housing assistance and the priorities for housing assistance and the research evidence about which types of housing assistance makes the difference between whether people can move into owner occupation or not, or whether people remain living in rental stress or not, or whether we overall distort markets. Within that framework, we'd just be saying that people who aren't currently living in rental affordability stress and who are likely to be able to independently move into owner occupation, then there would be a lower priority for a financial subsidy. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't, look at ways to make their housing journey easier through policy intervention. But I wouldn't make a comment on whether they're wealthy or not. I'd simply be saying our priorities for costly interventions would be focusing on people in the most need, as well as interventions that are likely to make the biggest difference in the long term. And that may often include interventions to support home ownership.
Thank you, Professor. We appreciate your time this afternoon. That concludes this session, and we will get set up for the next one.
Thanks, everyone, for the robust questions and discussion.
Hardly rich if you're buying a $1.5 million property.
So you've got a $200,000 income to repay.
I should know every time.
To make your repayments, $200,000 income. You don't think
where would you cut it off? You don't want any. You don't want any limit.
No.
You want it on.
What I'm saying to you is that if you think 1.5 million is like an average house price or a normal house price,
For a first home.
like what's the median income? 70.
If the median house price is $1 million, 1.5 isn't that out of the realms of possibilities?
It's certainly not out of the realms of possibility for people who are on 200k a year. Why would we be helping those people?
You can't have it both ways. You either say it's a broad-based land tax on...
Welcome to our next group of witnesses. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Dearie.
Long way down.
Thank you again. So I will ask each of you to state your full name and position title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. The card will be in front of you. I might start with you, Mr. Turner.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dale Turner. I'm the policy advisor, and I've conveyancer of some 30 years odd experience. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank Thank you. Mr Taylor?
My name is Chris Tyler. I'm the CEO of the Australian Institute of Conveyancers New South Wales Division. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Nerida Conisbee, Chief Economist at the Ray White Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So both organisations are welcome to make a brief opening statement if you wish. Does one of the conveyancers want to do that? Thank you.
I'll take that over. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for the opportunity of providing our members with views on this legislation. The Australian Institute of Conveyancers New South Wales Division is the industry body for licensed conveyancers. There are approximately 1,600 licensed conveyancers in New South Wales. We represent 900 of those, and of which 550 are actively operating small conveyancing businesses or large conveyancing businesses as well. These businesses undertake a significant proportion of conveyancing transactions on behalf of New South Wales citizens. AIC New South Wales welcome and support any initiatives to support first-time buyers and to facilitate more affordable housing. We also support well-considered, well-consulted, well-designed and well-executed government policy. However, we believe the policy has been rushed and may lead to issues in the execution and delivery of the policy. We have outlined in our submission several examples of adverse outcomes due to rushed implementation or a lack of shareholding or stakeholder consultation, such as the surcharge purchase duty and the information notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want a brief?
Don't really have much to say, but we are Australasia's biggest real estate group. In various markets, we have up to a 25% market share. Obviously, first home buyers are a key buyer group for us. We don't do any modelling around land tax, but we're certainly well across the data and do have access to a lot of information, both data and also anecdotal evidence from a lot of first home buyers.
Thank you. We'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Well, thank you for your appearance to both organisations. I appreciate it very much. I might actually just take this opportunity that Ray White has provided to provide us with some data, because it is scarce. Do you know how many first-time buyers purchase properties that are above $800,000?
I think you asked that question previously. No, we don't know. We certainly could look at it using our loan market data, but we don't have 100% market share.
No, it seems no one does.
No, I don't think they do.
So I can presume you haven't got data on how many people buy between 800 and 1 million, 1 million to 1.2, 1.2 to 1.5?
No, that doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Can I just go to the conveyances? I'll come back. I just thought let's get that out. As I understand it, can you just explain to me what's your concern about surcharge purchase duty?
Surcharge purchase duty was introduced back in 2016 by Revenue New South Wales. Yep. It was a new revenue measure to basically put a surcharge on transfer duty for foreign residents purchasing property. At the time, there was very little stakeholder consultation. It was rushed out in a couple of weeks. There was no education of the practitioners in terms of the actual delivery of the surcharge and the basically interpretation of the legislation and the applicable
and you weren't
requirements.
Consulted?
No, that's right.
And you have the same concerns this time?
Correct.
And so, to be clear here, when did you see the bill? When did you see this bill?
When it was tabled.
Okay.
Yes.
And you weren't consulted prior to that?
No.
Okay. And you've made the point that you think that the Parliament should defer consideration of this until after the election, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And so your preference would be for the Parliament not to enact the law, but rather to wait to the election?
And also finalise some of the issues in terms of implementation.
Which you flagged in your submission?
Correct.
We were asking the Law Society earlier today around the issue around the amendment of the contract for sale that would be required as a result. And they made the point that there would be a requirement to change the contract for sale, and they're worried effectively. Do you have that same concern?
I did see that, yes.
Have you got the same concern?
Yes, the 2022 contracts have only just issued, so the new contracts would have to be drafted to include these provisions within that contract. And it's not just a question of that, it's a question of educating practitioners.
Of course,
yes.
Because most first-time buyers use conveyancers, not solicitors, correct?
I beg your pardon?
A lot of people who do transactions, especially the first property, will use a conveyancer, not a solicitor?
Yes, there's no difference between conveyancers and solicitors. They both practice conveyancing law.
Yes.
Yes.
But in terms of market use, a lot of people use conveyances because
Yes,
it's more
absolutely.
expensive,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So they'll be turning to your members for advice.
Absolutely.
Do you think your members are in a position to explain to them how the system works?
No. They don't know anything about it.
Okay, and do you think they should know something about this?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. You've also... I can assume that over Christmas, are all conveyancers likely to be studying this property tax reform, in your view?
I hope not.
Most of them will be on holidays.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Can I just respect it to Ray White? Do you support this reform?
I support measures to improve housing affordability, and we obviously have a problem with affordability, particularly in Sydney, and affordability is a very complex issue to solve, and fundamentally supply does sort it out.
I was about to ask you about that. Supply growth is what's required fundamentally. We need more homes for people to buy, correct?
Yeah, correct. And in markets where we do see very high levels of supply, we don't see incredibly strong price growth or rental growth. So some good examples in recent years have been places like Parramatta, North Ryde, Melbourne, where we have seen pretty flat pricing and we've seen rents pull back and they have remained very affordable. Compare that to eastern suburbs of Sydney where we don't have good supply of housing and we do have a lot of people wanting to live there. Prices have really increased significantly.
And that's because for the last decade, the target for property growth in a place like Mossman has been 300, whereas in Blacktown it's been 30,000. Like, it's actually, we're not distributing the obligation to increase supply evenly across the city, which is why certain pockets of the city are vastly unaffordable, correct?
Yeah, look, this is, and there again, there's a lot of complexities in trying to get housing development up and running, and planning is obviously a key issue, and ensuring easy planning. Infrastructure is often problematic in trying to ensure adequate infrastructure into areas that already have higher density, and then of course just people not wanting higher densities in their suburbs is also a factor that that we potentially could build a lot of apartments in Mossman, but there would be significant complaints from
I imagine there'd be a backlash.
Definitely.
But the thing is, in places like Mossman, and to be fair, Wallara and Ku-ring-gai and others like that, they have had a housing target growth of 300 over the last decade, with a housing target growth of 300 over the next decade, which means 600 additional housing in 20 years in those LGAs. That's part of the reasons why we're having acute affordability issues closer to the Sydney CBD, correct?
Correct.
And equally, it is the case that completions in the Greater Sydney area have been slowing for about 5 years now. That's correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And we basically need to get more supply in. That's basically where I started, which is where we're kind of ending with this. That's far more likely to make an impact on housing affordability than this particular measure. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
And so in respect to the... I might go back to the conveyances, if that's okay, in the time that I have left as well. What type of education do you think your members need? And how much time do you think they need?
Well, they need education in terms of face-to-face education, in terms of the actual revenue measure, the eligibility criteria, basically the whole policy and how it's delivered and implemented. And that support comes generally from Revenue New South Wales. Generally, we do face-to-face education events, but between now and January, there's no more face-to-face education events available. So it'll probably be via webinar, and this is complicated information they're trying to digest and understand how to convey that to their clients. So that's the extent of the education.
Know whether or not, for example, the PEXA system can actually adapt to operate this choice and allow completions and settlements?
It's not so much the PEXA system itself, it's the adjustments that will have to be calculated within that. That's a little bit outside of the PEXA system, but it is still part fundamentally.
That's a key issue for conveyancers.
It is one of the key issues, yes. Yep. Yes, and conveyancers are...
You do the adjustments.
Yeah, exactly. And because we operate now in the electronic conveyancing system under the EDR, the electronic duty return system, it's the conveyancer that is the, a joiner, if you like, between the client and state revenue. So it's the conveyancer that's actually doing the assessment now. And this is what happened with the surplus duties, where errors were made because it was rushed and education wasn't in place. And as a result of that, the Office of State Revenue did not do an audit until about 4 years later. Those mistakes were picked up, and the various conveyancers were sued, and there's been an increase in the conveyancers policy of, I think, some 25% this year. And I understand that the law cover has experienced a similar.
Yes, I remember. I actually know.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you for attending this afternoon and being so kind as to answer our questions about this, what does appear to be quite a hastily rushed and drafted bill. If I could start with the conveyances. In your submission and in your opening statement, you talk about what happens when reforms are rushed. Can you explain, I guess, set out for us exactly what the impact is, not just on yourselves, but on the consumer when it comes to the impact of having to sort of scramble to understand new legislation?
Yeah, as Dale said, the final impact of the rush of the surcharge purchaser duty was an increase in their professional indemnity fees by 25% on their renewal this year. In an ideal world, as businesses, they should pass that on to their clients. So arguably, that would then be an increase in conveyancing fees. There was another reform last year, which was called the information notice. That was a reform around electronic conveyancing, and that basically was well consulted, but our feedback wasn't taken on board.
Right.
And despite all of the stakeholder engagement over 12 months, the certificates of title were eliminated on the 11th of October last year. An information notice was issued in lieu of the certificates of title.
Yep.
And from that date forward, practitioners, a sound and prudent practitioner would do a post-settlement search, and so do the financial institutions, because the information notice, despite the feedback from industry that they needed to have on that information notice the information that appears on a certificate of title, i.e. the registered proprietor's name, doesn't appear. And that's 12 months after the event. So since 11th of October last year, most practitioners and some selected financial institutions are doing a post-settlement search. So it doesn't sound like a lot of money, $10, $15, but you multiply that by hundreds of thousands and it becomes a significant amount.
So there's an increase in fees that are, expected from an increase in professional indemnity insurance, which is caused by the risk of increased risk of basically getting the advice wrong.
Correct.
That's correct.
Plus an increase in the kind of incidental fees for measures that you then put in place to manage that risk or reduce that risk, like doing extra searches and things like that. Okay.
Obtaining a land tax Section 47 clearance certificate with an information broker's fee, I think, is about $47. So I would imagine that that cost, a similar kind of cost for a clearance certificate from the property tax would also apply.
So this would apply not just to people who are the first home owner, the first home buyer who is actually purchasing the property, but it would also flow on to those people who are purchasing a property that might have been subject to this scheme.
Correct.
Is that right?
Any residential property, yes.
So you would need to, for every property, you would then need to do this search to make sure that, or as to what the status was of that property.
Yes, I understand that it's the first debt on the property, it's a statutory debt.
Right.
Yes.
So that's an entire market cost.
Yes.
From this very targeted.
Yes.
Thank you. I can keep going. Oh, good. Then I might turn to you, Ms. Consby. So, in terms then of the impact of, I know that, and I will be asking the government about this or Treasury about this in the next session, but there's there's an assumption that we're going to get, I think, 6,200 approximately first homeowners who would want to take this up every year. Do you think that's realistic, or do you think, like, how many do we have at the moment? It's been estimated at 38,000, I think, per year. How many do you think would take up? You know, I don't know where they got this percentage from. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it will definitely benefit some first home buyers, that in areas where housing supply is good and prices, the market's less competitive for houses, having extra money or not having to spend extra money on stamp duty will be very beneficial for these buyers. So that, again, comes back to areas, often Western Sydney. You know, we know that they're well supplied for housing, they're not too expensive. Go to somewhere like Bondi and you look at someone who has a bit of extra money because they're not paying stamp duty, they'll just spend it on the house because it's very competitive, so it will give them a competitive edge. So I do think for some areas and for some first home buyers it will be very beneficial, and we certainly know, looking historically at first home buyer activity, that if the aim is to get more first home buyers into the market, absolutely providing money in some form or some, you know, stamp duty reduction, you know, home builder, you know, those sorts of incentives. First home buyers are they love them. They, you know, in 2020, we saw almost record levels of first home buyers come into the market as a result of those incentives. And we see that everywhere where there's generous first home buyer incentives, we do see very high levels of activity. So I don't know exactly. I mean, Treasury would have done modelling to work it out, but I do think for some first home buyers it would be seen as a good thing.
And they're also talking about having, you know, this additional amount of people who wouldn't have been able to afford it necessarily before coming in and becoming first homeowners when they wouldn't have otherwise. So presumably then the assumption is that amount, the 38,000 we have now, would increase by a certain amount. But yes, I will ask them how they then get that that amount all up. So you said earlier that, you know, this is not, and don't let me verbal you, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that this is not a housing affordability measure in itself, necessarily.
I think for some areas it is. So I think it's not going to... There's no one magic bullet to solve housing affordability. Housing supply is the best, but within that there are a lot of measures, shared equity schemes. You can give them cash. You know, you can build them houses. You can do a Singapore model and just build them houses. There's certainly lots of ways you can do it. So this is one measure, but I mean, going on to land tax, you know, we know there has been a lot of studies to show that land tax is a better tax than stamp duty. And so I feel that this is a first step, that the real benefits of switching to a land tax system... It's broader. So first home buyers, some will benefit, some won't benefit. But downsizers, you know, we have a real problem with older people sitting in very big family homes and not having to pay land tax and not having their pensions adjusted because their big family home isn't in the tax system. There's no incentive to downsize. So there's a few financial incentives to try and get them to downsize, but that's probably a bigger issue. There's a lot of family homes.
It's a first step, but probably not the first step to take.
And then I suppose the other thing is around the idea of, you know, we know that not having land tax does allow people, stamp duty does allow people to move around more, and we also know that it does allow for a higher turnover of stock. So that is better for the economy, that there's more benefits of having a higher turnover of stock as well. So there's a lot of, I mean, you probably have heard a ton of submissions around the benefits, but I see this more as a first step, help some first home buyers buy their first home, but then ultimately then we'll roll into a more, it'll be across more broadly.
Thank you.
The government.
Thanks very much. Ms Consabee, just heading back to that point in terms of this being there to help some first home buyers. So this is a proposal that will have some benefit for first home buyers across New South Wales.
Yeah, and I think it'll be those that are, not I think, but it is likely to be those that are buying at lower price points and also buying in far cheaper areas than say the inner suburbs of Sydney.
Yep. And you were talking previously about this providing potentially a benefit for first home buyers over other buyers in the market as well, because they will have this advantage. Do you see that playing out at all?
Well, yeah, potentially. So in terms of, say, upgraders or people...
or investors, for instance?
Yeah, definitely for investors. So I guess that then comes to a bigger issue around housing stress, and that we do have a bigger problem at the moment for renters than we do for home owners. So fundamentally, that's right now. So, I think the market changes and switches, but first home buyers are fundamentally important because we know that people, if they buy their first home, once they hit retirement, they're less likely to be in poverty. They also aren't subject to the market so much. When we look at someone, it's a really simple example, 10 years ago buying a new town, and if you're a renter, you'd be paying, probably 10 grand a year more on your rent. But even with the increase in interest rates, you've not only probably paying what you were paying 10 years ago, but you've built up equity in your home. So that's problematic, that renters are really under this market strain over a prolonged time period. But for now, if the aim is to get more first home buyers into the market, then this will certainly help many of them.
And that rental strain is further exacerbated, isn't it, by having to save for that not just saving for the deposit, but then saving for the stamp duty on top of that, and that additional period in renting a property while trying to save for that additional stamp duty, which is estimated to be around 2 years, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the less people have to save up, the quicker they can get into the market, and over a prolonged period of their lifetime, it does put them in a vastly different situation to someone that's renting long term.
And Ms. Consby, in terms of looking at the average time that a first home buyer holds a property for, do you have any information, or do Ray White keep any information on that?
No, I'm sure there is data on it, but no, I'm not aware.
But do you have any general observations in terms of that behaviour? Is it typical for a first home buyer, for instance, to stay in a property for the rest of their life?
No.
Or is it something that they will, it's called a property ladder for a reason, and people take the first step on that property ladder, for instance?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't even know the average hold period. It's probably 5 to 7 years. It's gone up. We know people are holding property for longer, but yeah, it's not. First home buyers don't buy and sell within a 1 to 2 year time period. In general, they tend to hold for a bit longer, and then they upgrade and move on to the next property.
So, for instance, a first home buyer under this scheme has then the choice, effectively, of paying, let's say, $30,000 upfront in stamp duty, or they have the choice of paying, let's say, $1,000 to $1,200 per annum for that 5 to 7 years, and would get a significant saving on what they'd be paying for their property tax.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the challenges with giving people an option is it becomes quite confusing, and first home buyers are very... they tend to be very nervous buyers. They're very, they transact more in slower markets because they don't have to make decisions quickly. When I present to first home buyers, they dig deep into, what the market is doing and how they feel about the market. So they're very, very nervous. So I feel like it would be better just to say this is what we're doing, as opposed to giving them a choice, because they then come under this problem where they're like, well, hang on a second, I'm going to be holding it for 5 years. Well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm holding it for 2 years. And they become a little bit, they become quite, not stressed, but it becomes a really hard decision for them. So I feel like it would be better just to say, no, this is it, and we move into this, new phase. But yeah, I'm sure there are reasons as to why there's this choice being given.
And to just turn to the conveyances, have you had any consultation when it comes to this legislation, or indeed this package, with Treasury or Revenue New South Wales at all?
We had consultations last year in January 2021 in terms of the actual property tax as it was promulgated then. We then had some follow-ups during the year in relation to our thoughts around that, but that was the old, or the broader model. In terms of this pared back offering, no, we haven't.
Okay, none at all from either Treasury or Revenue New South Wales since this policy was announced? Because I'm advised that...
Well, since the policy was announced, we've talked to Revenue New South Wales, yes, but that's all been around their communication strategy to get our practitioners aware of the measure. And but in terms of design, no.
Yeah, and in terms of that communication strategy, what sort of initiatives are you in anticipation undertaking to communicate to conveyancers if this is to be passed through the Parliament?
If this was passed through the Parliament, we'd be facilitating webinars, we'd be facilitating other sort of face-to-face opportunities to discuss it with Revenue New South Wales, to basically get their team in front of our practitioners. But given the the fact that we're talking about it across New South Wales, webinars are the most effective means. But that's effectively...
And I imagine since COVID, everyone's pretty used to webinars these days.
Correct, yeah. But really, in terms of facilitating it, it's, in terms of the consultation, it's very much been around the communication strategy rather than the design or the particular circumstances of the measure.
How to get it out there, yep. I'll pass to my colleagues if they've got any further questions.
How long do we have?
30 seconds.
Oh. So you would say that these issues have been incredibly well ventilated then throughout 2020, 2021. There was the announcement of this particular reform in the budget back in June, and it sounds like there's been quite a lot of consultation.
No, I wouldn't say they were well ventilated, not 2020. 2021
this is
we
a
saw them
fairly
in
routine
January.
process from government though. I mean, I don't know how many reform processes you've been involved in, but often the government will float a potential reform, there'll be consultation, hear from a wide range of stakeholders, there'll be a proposal, and then based on advice and feedback from stakeholders, the policy can change. I mean, every government listens to stakeholders, and this process I wouldn't say is particularly new. Like, you would have known that for the last 2 years something was coming in terms of moving towards a land tax, or at least giving people the option of a land tax. It wasn't like it was sprung up on you overnight.
That is true to say that, but we've given examples of our experience and the outcomes of those experience, and we would anticipate a similar kind of result.
Thank you to all of you for your time this afternoon. We really do appreciate it. We've finished with this session, and we'll set up for the final session of the day.
Thank you.
It's been a long process.
On something
very long
completely different. You're proposing it's completely different to what you started. It's completely different.
We change policies based on feedback from stakeholders. This is a listening government.
It's not a change policy, it's something completely different.
It's very similar.
Your poor Treasury has had...
I just got a text from my staff. We can hear you. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah. All the banter's being broadcast.
I think it's been for the record.
The banter's the best part, yeah.
How many legislative reforms have you been involved in?
Many.
Yeah.
Many. From previous jobs, not
No. That's part of the...
as a staffer,
in Parliament,
as a stakeholder, and now as a legislator.
Obvious.
As a government relations professional.
Welcome, Treasury.
Says it all.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Sorry, I'll just give you a sec to get settled. Thank you, we do appreciate it. I'm going to ask each of you to please state your full name and position title, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. The card should be in front of you. Doctor, would you like to go first?
Yep. Hi, my name's Michael Walters. I am the Executive Director of Treasury's Tax Reform Task Force. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And I'm Ben Fitzgerald, Director of the Tax Reform Task Force, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Did you want to make a brief opening statement?
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to answer the committee's questions about the Property Tax First Home Buyers' Choice Bill 2022. The bill is the outcome of a 2-year consultation process following the release of a consultation paper in November 2020 and a progress paper in June 2021. The government has been formed by extensive feedback from across the community. First Home Buyer Choice builds on the ideas developed in the consultation process, such as the idea of a choice between an annual property tax and stamp duty, different property tax rates for owner-occupied and investment properties, indexation in line with average incomes, and a deferral scheme for households unable to meet property tax payments. The government has ultimately chosen to focus the property tax on first home buyers, including First Home Buyer Choice as part of a broader housing package that addresses both housing affordability and home ownership. That package also includes a shared equity scheme and supply-side measures totalling more than $1 billion over the forward estimates. First Home Buyer Choice has been designed and is expected to increase home ownership, that is, the owner-occupied share of the housing stock. It will lower the upfront costs facing first home buyers, and it will alter relative prices in favour of owner-occupiers versus investors. As a guide to the magnitude of the property tax, if all properties priced between $600,000 and $1.5 million were subject to property tax rates, the average owner-occupier payment would be about $1,700. This compares with stamp duty of $31,000 for an $800,000 home and $66,700 for a $1.5 million home. A typical New South Wales house has a land to market value ratio of around 60%. Units and townhouses usually have lower ratios. For all such properties costing between $800,000 and $1.5 million, using reasonable assumptions about indexation and discount rates, the present value of property tax paid over 20 years will be less than the relevant stamp duty. About 2/3 of owner-occupiers sell their properties within 20 years, and we expect that first home buyers will typically hold their properties for a shorter period than that. For this reason, we expect that about 2/3 of first home buyers purchasing between $800,000 and $1.5 million will choose the property tax. I would be very pleased to answer questions on these or any other aspects of the bill.
Thank you. We will begin those questions with the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And can I thank you, Dr. Walters, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. And can I just also place on the record, we do appreciate the work that the Treasury has done and does on these type of proposals. And so just to put that very clear, and equally, I've said this before as well at estimates hearings, but I also appreciate the fact that I've been asking questions to Treasury officials about this since 2019 as well. So I appreciate that information that the Treasury has provided. Can I just ask a couple of questions? Just to elucidate some data. You anticipate 6,200 people will choose to pay this property tax next year?
In the initial years, yes.
And next year we intend to raise $18 million from the property tax, according to the budget, that's correct?
Of that order, yes.
So I just did the maths, and it works out that the average is actually $2,900 per taxpayer of the 6,200. That's just a pure arithmetic calculation of revenue received divided by a number of people expected. Which means that the average is actually more likely to be 2,900.
As I said, I mean, the 6,200 is an average over 4 years, so it depends on the volumes in the relevant years.
Again, assume that, I accept that, right? But arithmetically, it's not 1,700, as you said. It's just the budget figures make it clear it's about 2,900.
Arithmetically, it is $1,700. Did you want to comment?
Year one, we're expected to collect $9 million in property tax, and
yes, that's right, but that's not for the full year, right? Because it's only going to be applying for 5 months. And then the second year, which is the first year that it's fully applied in the budget, it's 18 million, correct?
Yes, which is roughly 9 million from new people who opt in that year and 9 million from people the year before.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Can I ask you some other points of data as well? How many first-time buyers are there in New South Wales per month?
We can give you per year. In a typical year, so there's problems with the data. So at the moment, all of the data sources collect data from people who are getting duty concessions. That's the reason you say you're a first home buyer, because you're going to get a duty concession. If you're not getting a duty concession, nobody kind of declares. So you have to do some modelling to figure out what's the likely number of first home buyers. We believe that there are about 57,000 per year in a normal year.
Sure.
So there's of those, about 46,000 per year in a normal year would get existing concessions, and about 11,000 up to 1.5 million would.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? 46%.
So there's about 46,000 currently receive concessions of some form, up to $800,000.
Yes.
There's another 11,000 in a normal year, between $800 and $1.5 million. We believe that covers about 97% of all first home buyers.
I appreciate that.
There could
Treasury
be
has said that before.
an expat that comes in with $10 million to buy, and this scheme doesn't cover that.
Dr. Walters, I really appreciate that. And to be fair, that accords with data that Revenue New South Wales has provided to the Parliament and the Treasury has provided to us previously
Just make another point. That's a normal year. We're going into a property market downturn, so the volumes in the coming years are a bit lower than that normal year sort of number.
Of course, I appreciate that. But of that 11,000, how many of them are purchasing from 800 to, say, 1 million? Do you know?
I don't have that detailed breakdown.
Does Treasury have that official?
No, I mean, it's not. You have to make some assumptions around the distribution. There'll be higher volumes. Yes, we've made some assumptions around the distribution. We could model that number, but we haven't modelled. I don't have that number.
Just appreciate that. I'm not suggesting.
So there'll be more numbers in the lower prices than in the higher price range.
Of course, that's just logical.
There's a hump shape to the distribution.
Bell curve. Yes. Okay, but I appreciate that, Dr. Walters. I'm not expecting you to have the figures, but what I'm understanding is that do you have any estimate, or can you? I know you can't take questions on notice, but it would assist if we could at least get some sense of the distribution curve from the 800 to 1.5, which is basic distributional analysis of a tax reform proposal, as well. But I appreciate you might not have the numbers, but
we do have the numbers. I don't have them in my head right now.
Thank you,
and you're not taking questions on notice. So
okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Look, I just want to turn to some other considerations that have been raised by other people. Especially the one consideration which, in preparing for today, I just realised we need to ask. The Australian Banking Association, in response to 2021 consultation, said that ABA members will need to seek confirmation from ASIC and APRA regarding their expectations around the treatment of the tax scheme under the lending regulations. And this discussion will need to clarify what assessment is required for customers who pay stamp duty up front but intend to transition, and whether the customer stated estimate of annual land tax is suitable for the serviceability assessment that they are all subject to. So obviously prudential standards apply to banks who lend to first home buyers. Has the Treasury engaged ASIC and APRA to clarify what impact this actually does have on servability rules?
So we have not engaged ASIC and APRA on that particular topic. We actually did engage with ASIC. Actually, sorry, that's not correct. We did engage with ASIC on that topic about 18 months ago.
But since this proposal has been introduced to the Parliament...
The specific issue here is what is the nature of the choice that somebody's making.
And I'm across what the issue is.
There are questions. We've had questions from the Banking Association about, is this financial advice? Our legal advice is that a simple calculation of what is the expected present value of future property tax is not a question of financial advice, it's a question of arithmetic, and it's something that a range of professional advisors would be able to comment on.
My time is limited. I appreciate that, but that wasn't the question I asked. I know what the ABA's concerns are. That includes one of their concerns about whether they're providing financial advice. But their actual, Dr. Walters, their actual concern that they're raising here, and to be fair that they've raised with us too, is they don't know whether or not how this would align with ASIC's requirements around what is a responsible lender. It's not about financial advice, it's whether or not they need to adjust the way in which they assess a borrower, given that they are going to be having to now factor in an ongoing annual tax for as long as they require it. Now, I'm asking whether or not there's been specific engagement with APRA on that specific point since this proposal, not last year's proposal, has come out?
Not with APRA since this proposal has come out. We would expect banks would take this expense as they take all other expenses into account in assessing borrowing capacity.
Thank you. And thank you. I do appreciate that. Dr. Walters, the ABA also says that to ensure that banks are well prepared to assist, this was in last year's proposal, to ensure that banks are well prepared to assist New South Wales residents, banks will require more detail on its design and operation 6 months in advance of its commencement. The data points that the ABA members will require will be confirmation whether the customer will be required to nominate their preferred tax model, the process by which customers choose tax treatment for their property, and the subsequent processes by which lenders get line of sight into this information. They also go on to talk about API system-specific requirements to enable data feeds from New South Wales Treasury to banks. They also make the points that they need to know about the treatment of mixed-use properties, and they also need to know about the frequency of reassessment banks. Now, look, I accept a lot of that is surmountable issues. I'm not suggesting that any of those issues are insurmountable, but the ABA has said quite clearly here that they needed 6 months to do this. And they're not getting 6 months to do this. Apparently, if we pass the law in 2 weeks' time, it's operating in January 13. So have we actually addressed those concerns, given that fundamentally, actually, a person's ability to enter the property market turns on their ability to access finance as well? Is these concerns been put in place or not?
So we have consulted with the ABA. They've been aware of this proposal for some time. Your questions would probably be best directed to the ABA. But
well, my questions are to you.
There is a program.
Dr. Walters, my time has run out. I'm going to press for a specific. Dr. Walters, I'm going to press for a specific answer. It's not a question to the ABA, because it's about the Treasury.
So I'm trying to
and I'm asking you whether or not the Treasury has put in place these systems that the ABA says that they need.
So Revenue New South Wales is running the implementation. Revenue is consulting with all of the affected industries for the information that needs to be provided. There is a program of providing the necessary information to the affected industries. The Banking Association is one of those industries.
The crossbench, I'm going to call on Ms Boyd, but just before I do that, I'm going to leave and hand over to the Deputy Chair, Mr Farlow.
My time to shine.
Oh, dear.
Come on. Show us what you got.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
And good afternoon to you both. Thank you for coming along and answering our questions.
Reign of terror.
Dr. Walters, when you gave your opening statement, you repeated the line that we've heard from the Premier on this, that this is the result of 2 years of consultation. It's true, though, isn't it, that this particular version is very different to the broad-scale transition package that was being proposed previously?
This is a package that is limited to first home buyers for the duration that they hold their first home. So that's a major difference. Otherwise, there are a number of features that have been carried over from the consultation model that was being considered. But ultimately, the government has decided, having listened to the community, to have a narrower focus for this particular policy proposal.
When you ran that consultation process on these two completely different but there was similarities between proposals throughout the 2 years. But during that consultation process, which stakeholders suggested that this should be limited to first homeowners?
I'm not aware of that as a specific proposal from particular industries.
So the consultation process that then led to the government deciding to only do this in relation to first homeowners was not really a process from the consultation. When we look at this bill, it really is just something completely separate, isn't it? I mean, it's tangentially related because it's talking about, giving an exception or giving an exception from stamp duty and putting in this land tax idea instead. But it bears no resemblance to this consultation that was very clearly directed at how we as a state transition that revenue stream from stamp duty to land tax.
Look, it differs in key features and it is similar in key features. I've referred to that in my opening statement. There's the same tax rates, there's the same indexation, there's the same deferral scheme. All of these things were products of that consultation process.
Sure, but there's multiple proposals have been put forward around Australia for, that include some of those very standard features of how you might not have, basically replace stamp duty in a circumstance with land tax. Can I ask you about the numbers then? So I understand, I hope I understand, so please correct me if I got the numbers wrong, but between this $800 and $1.5 million value, we're looking at approximately 11,000 people in a normal year who would be first homeowners, is that correct? Yep. So when we're talking about the 6,200 on which the modelling's based, how much of the 6,200 comes from that existing, what you'd expect to be 11,000, and how much of it comes from an anticipated increase in the number of first homeowners?
Broadly, the group between 800 and 1.5 million, we're expecting about 2/3 to be opting in. Within the price bracket 650 to 800, where there are existing concessions, obviously in that bracket property tax is often less attractive, but we're still expecting about 20% of that group to opt in. You can still pay substantial stamp duty within that price bracket.
And so,
I'm not sure that quite answered your question.
No, because did you in the modelling, was there an assumption that there would be an increase in numbers of first homeowners to begin with?
Substantially what goes on is with first home buyers is you pull forward their transactions. So effectively you lower the average rate at which people buy a property.
Mm-hmm.
So if everybody currently buys properties at 34, and as a result of this reform it becomes 33 that you buy it, then in the initial year you kind of massively increase the number of first home buyers. You've kind of got 2 years of first home buyer numbers.
Yeah.
Thereafter, you're back to 1 year of first home buyer numbers.
So you kind of. So what's that increase?
That's to help explain the idea. But what's happening is not that you change the in the long run. You don't change the number of first home buyers by any significant amount, but you permanently bring forward a cohort of first home buyers.
Understood.
And that has that results in an increase in home ownership overall. The number of owner occupiers as a share of.
But in that first year, then.
Well, it'll spread out over a couple of years. So I made it a simplified version, but that's essentially what's going on. So we're bringing forward a cohort of people, and it will increase home ownership.
Okay, so what you're saying is that there's no, in your modelling then, that 6,200 is taken out of what you would expect in a normal year, not, it doesn't take into account a little bump that you might get in the first year, for instance.
So that modelling takes account of some of that pull forward, but it's also just what you'd expect. I mean, it's a mix of things.
Okay. And how did
it also takes into account the existing transfer duty market, where the expectations of lower than average volumes at the moment.
And how did you come up with the 2/3 then?
So when you look at the present value of property tax under reasonable assumptions, you end up with break-even periods of 20 years or over for pretty much everything except for the most extreme land to market value ratios.
Mm-hmm.
So 20 years, we know that owner-occupiers, 2/3 of all owner-occupiers sell their property within 20 years.
Yep.
We've got a research paper that we've put out on that. Half of all owner-occupiers sell their property within 10.5 years. Okay. So there are some people who hold for longer, and if they plan to hold for a very long time, they may want to prefer to pay duty.
So you're making the assumption then that a normal or average buyer would then be looking at this point, at the time of sale, they'd be making this incredibly disciplined, informed decision about exactly how much they're likely to pay over the period of time in which they think they're going to hold the house versus stamp duty, so that there's no... You're expecting a very rational assessment of that at that point.
So it's quite interesting to look at the way markets behave. People don't make all of those calculations that economists would do to work these things out, and yet they behave as though they did. And that's a pretty
even
common
in housing,
feature.
Even in something limited housing where you're trying to put a home.
I mean, and if you want a simple rule of thumb, you can simply multiply expected number of years times the first year of property tax, and you'll get a pretty good approximation of the present value of the property tax.
Sure. If you were wrong and the 2/3 is not correct and it's actually closer to 90%, say, have you done any analysis of what the hole in the budget would then be if we're looking at 1.6 billion over 10 years?
I mean, if there's an error, then it's if you had, instead of 2/3 and you had 90%, then you'd multiply it by the relevant factor. I mean, it's a pretty simple sort of adjustment.
Very relevant, isn't it? Because if we ended up with 2.5 billion, then it becomes an even more relevant consideration as to whether this is the best use of money.
Look, the housing market is highly volatile. All estimates in this area are subject to considerable uncertainty. There's probably much greater uncertainty around the totality of transfer duty revenue than there is any fluctuations arising from this policy. I mean, you see transfer duty revenue can go up or down by 20, plus or minus 20 from year to year.
And we heard earlier from those responsible for implementing this within revenue that and we've heard from others that there seems to be a number of uncertainties or a number of issues that have not necessarily been worked out yet. So, for example, the mixed-use properties, there was some uncertainty over the terms of the legislation. Have you listened to what was being said? Is there any, in your mind, are there aspects now of the bill that you think perhaps we need to tighten up?
I think I'll pick up on the point on mixed-use property. I think there was a bit of confusion this morning. Mixed use is an existing category that applies in land tax. So, and the typical mixed-use property, it's a single title, and the typical one example is along Parramatta Road. There's a bunch of properties, old strata, old terrace-type buildings. Ground floor's a building. Above that, there's an apartment. It's all on a single title. And the Revenue Commissioner comes along and says, I'm going to hit you with land tax. And the owner says, but hang on, you can't hit me on tax on my owner-occupied flat above. It's a single title. At that point, an apportionment factor comes if you can divide the land between the use that's owner-occupied and the use that's business. So that's the sort of thing that gives you rise to the category of mixed use. You can't opt in those properties into mixed use because it's got a business in it. And if you look at section 14 of the bill, if there's a business in a property, you can't opt it in. So it's purely for properties where 100% of it is a dwelling. So the questions this morning about strata title buildings being mixed use, each individual unit has its own use, which is residential or business. The question of mixed use doesn't arise in those settings. They've each got their own use. The question of mixed use arises in the context of those sorts of old properties that have got, as I said, a mixed use, and you can divide it, but it's all a single title. That's when it becomes relevant.
So we move to government time now, and I'll just pick up on that point and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. So effectively, what would be colloquially known as a mixed-use development, so for instance, a new 5-storey apartment building that has on the bottom a range of shops and then has 4 stories of residential development, that is not a mixed-use development. That would not be mixed-use for the purposes
The individual apartments there are not mixed-use. They're apartments, they're dwellings, and they would be optable, they can be opted in.
Yes, so there's no dispute, and the discussions we've had earlier today about apportionment disputes and the like are just a furphy, really.
Apportionment matter, no, that's a question when they're setting up unit entitlements. Once you've got a strata scheme and you've got some strata used for residential and you've got some strata used for, some units are used for business purposes, each of those has their own unit entitlement. There's no dispute about who owns what proportion of the land. Mixed use is, for purposes of land tax and for property tax, is a different sort of concept from what some of the people were talking about this morning.
Thank you for clearing that up. I'll hand over to my colleagues, Mr. Rath and Mr. Martin.
Has Treasury been asked to do any modelling or costings on other cohorts outside of first home buyers for this reform? Like pensioners, for instance?
For this proposal, no.
Have they ever been asked as part of this process?
We spent the past 2 years consulting on a broad measure.
Yeah.
But so that was something that envisaged a transition to 100% coverage of property tax. But in terms of this proposal, we haven't been asked to do any modelling on changing the scope of this particular proposal.
Okay, because I think this is important, just to rule out this sort of scare campaign that it's going to be used as a precursor to other groups. So, you're saying that the government does not have any plans to extend the policy to other cohorts?
That's correct.
I was wondering if you could also run through the indexation in terms of why GSP is a better measure for indexation than, say, property or land values.
So we looked at a range of measures for index. So first point is, if you simply kept you could have something that would be very simple to understand, which would be $400 plus 0.3% of land value forever. Land values can go up or down. They can go up by 20% from one year to the next. That level of volatility is very uncertain for people who are wanting to know what their future property tax bills might be, and also may not be particularly affordable from one year to the next. So we looked at the cost of increased complexity. We looked to a scheme that would result in a more stable movement of property tax payments over time, and which would move in line with ability to pay. GSP per capita provides a very stable by comparison with any other relevant index, and it provides a broad measure of income that feeds into the ability of people to pay. In addition, as an added protection for households, there is the 4% cap that provides that property tax payments can't rise by more than 4% from one year to the next. But on the average property that is opted in to the property tax would, under this proposal, grow at GSP per capita, which over the past 15 years has grown at 3.2%. So that would, under normal times, we'd expect that would be a good guide to how much average property tax payments will grow in future. And for any individual property, you'd be best assuming that your property is going to grow in line with the average property, in the absence of detailed knowledge of what's going to drive your variation from the average.
A fairer and more certain indexation for first home buyers over that period, but also probably a more reliable stream of revenue to the government, I would assume, than the radical fluctuations that sometimes happen year on year of land values.
So in the initial years, this revenue stream will be driven, changes will growth, and my colleague Mr Fitzgerald referred to the growth over time as more properties enter the scheme. Eventually you get to a stable point where entries in equal entries off, equal exits from, and at that point the overall revenue pool will grow at a rate that's equal to GSP. So that's to say it will stay a constant share of the total economy, and that's a very attractive feature from a government point of view. So the indexation scheme here provides the protection for households, and it provides certainty for government in the long run around the growth of the revenue stream.
How do you think house prices will be impacted from this proposal?
We expect no noticeable effect from this on house prices. When you look at the amount of money where the net revenue being given up, which is effectively the injection into the housing market, it represents about 0.1% of the total consideration paid for house prices in New South Wales, or about 0.2% of the house prices in the $650,000 to $1.5 million price range. So that's probably a pretty good guide to any sort of change in house prices, and it's in the context where house prices are currently, or dwelling prices are currently falling by about 1.5% per month. So we really don't expect that this is going to have any sort of noticeable effect on house prices.
One thing that hasn't come up today, but I think it's important, probably as almost the final question, I assume we're almost there.
A minute and a half.
Oh, very good. Is the issue of, say, a government in the future, probably a Labor government in many, many years to come, decided that they wanted to push up the tax rates. I assume that that there are protections in the legislation to make that a more difficult process.
Yes, that's right. Section 50.
Be able to run through that.
Section 55 sets out a process that a government, the bill asks a future government to abide by if it considers changing the tax rates. So the bill must not be introduced into the House without notice of the proposed bill of at least 30 sitting days before the bill is introduced. The minister proposing the bill must ensure reasonable steps are taken to notify members of the public and relevant organisations about the proposed increase in property tax. There must be a reasonable opportunity for submissions, and the minister proposing the bill has to ensure a summary of the opinions expressed in the submissions is tabled in the Parliament. So there's a substantial procedural obstacle in front of any future government that might want to change the tax rates.
Far greater protections than, say, increasing stamp duty or payroll tax now, for instance, which could just be announced in the budget without any consultation.
That's right.
Or land tax or the like.
By the way, good
Okay. We have 10 seconds remaining, so I think if Mr. Rath is eased there, we might conclude the hearing there. Thank you very much for your attendance here today. As you no doubt have already referenced, there's no ability for questions on notice today because of the short time frame, but we do thank you very much for your submission to the inquiry and for your assistance today. That concludes our hearing for today, and I think, do we have a need for a short deliberative? We don't, so that will conclude us. Thank you all for your attendance.
Thank you.